Well, here we are, friends, on the glorious Hawkesbury River. Find somewhere to stow this umbrella and we'll be laughing. But here we are. As you can see from the view behind me, this is where we're going to be walking today. I'll just stash this here. Done. Let's go. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be walking for a while, a walk and talk as we usually do. And then we're going to do a reading of Rudolf Steiner's The Redemption of Thinking. And today we're going to talk about as well, what comes to us, a few different things, but Christ's miracles. And Christ's miracles are... Oh, by the way, I might as well talk about the location we're in before we jump into that. This place is called Brooklyn. It's on the Hawkesbury River, which is north of Sydney, on the east coast of Australia. And as you can tell, it's magnificent. This is really the Australian dream out here. People own a house, but really the Australian dream is plus a boat as well as a house. And so you can see over here, there's a small island, there's a bowling club on that island. They're really living the life. There's a train station just over here that goes on the North Line out of Sydney and towards Newcastle. But it's beautiful. You get a real sense of open, empty land here. It's the thing is though, it is the most expensive country in the world when it comes to the prices of living here. And so whilst I would recommend people come out here, you also have to have money, don't you? If you have money, it's perfect. Great, untouched. This isn't even the wilderness, but the great untouched wilderness. It has in spades. And so we see here as we pass the corner, and this continues on all the way out to sea. You probably won't have a sense of that from what we're looking at here, but it certainly gives you a sense of its scale. I think you could actually say, I think we'll turn around in a sec actually and go back the way we came, because we're going to walk towards the bridge. But
look out, Russ.
Oh, it's all right, no worries. But yeah, we're going to be going for 5 hours here, going for about an hour walk and talk. I'll check the chats in a sec, everyone, if people want to say hello. I'm sure it's coming through loud and clear. We've finally gotten over all the technical difficulties to have this thing work. And so today, what I've been thinking about recently when I was looking over Christ's miracles was the miracle of feeding the 5,000. And I think in different gospels, there's different amounts of the feeding, of how many there are. But key really being the multitude versus the closeness of the apostles. And this thing strikes me, is that it's not enough. It's not enough to simply go to church. It's not enough to, in fact, there's something even mercenary about that. There's something even mercenary, well, as long as it's on the road to the right place. But there is something mercenary about, okay, I'll come to liturgy, receive my spiritual food, and then just return to my degenerate modern life, you know? Which is kind of, it's a way of thinking about it as the multitude who receive their bread. And then as your love of Christ grows, you'll see when you see that statement, as he says to the disciples when the multitude leave, who tried to make him king in temporality. Christ withdraws, but also they withdraw too. Will you also leave? I can't remember the exact quote. Leave me. And so firstly, with that is, and how beautiful is this? Firstly with that, will you also leave with them and return to the false gods of existence and return to, because it's not enough to simply make it. Sunday is, you go back, it's like having two different names. You have a baptism name, say your name was Scott, and your baptism name becomes Seraphim, whatever. You're not to be a split character where you're only Seraphim on Sundays. You're supposed to completely convert the weekday man, not simply be like the multitude and return to whatever goal, your actual God, ends up being this fake future, this goal in the place of the true future, which is he, who is the best you can possibly be, which is theosis, and a particular providential mission. And so, will you also leave, friends? Or will you not watch with me for an hour every morning? Will you not dedicate a daily Sabbath? And on that note, we can have a quick look at some of the history of the area. This is Brooklyn, when they were first building this massive bridge that goes out here. As you can see there, in 1912, the height of Victorian construction. And it is a majestic view, especially when you come over the mountains down upon it, this area, and cliff edge. Oh, here's a better photo of the construction of it. And in this particular age, it was an age where man thought he had and was everything, that he'd mastered everything, that the Newtonian origin as reason had covered the world since the Enlightenment. Newtonian physics was all we needed. And that was the height of modernity, really. When the atomic age starts emerging, when people start trying to heal themselves with atomic isotopes in spas. Instead of finding a grain of faith that can move mountains, we began to split atoms and break apart the grains at the physical depths. Yeah. And there's usually a artistic rendering of what it was, which usually is never the case, of a cliff. Much liberty taken in any type of native story, and usually a whole lot of lies, actually. So always taken with a grain of salt, especially if the government puts plaques up. You actually have to look back to probably to plaques put down before the 70s, before the 60s, to see anything that might be accurate, even then. And so, friends, will you also leave? No. It's a question we should all consider, that we have to. It doesn't take that much time. And there's a much greater, meaningful and true life awaiting you if you put the time in daily. It's a daily thing, friends. Daily thing, a daily return. It doesn't take that long, but a daily return. You can do it as you can do the practices of hesychism, moving towards theosis in normal life. You can do it. A monastic-like practices in normal life. The Lord will lead you up very slowly. A great friend of ours in the fellowship, one way that he does it is he does 40 minutes one way on his commute and 40 minutes on the way home. He uses that time. And he's had great progress just through that. Two others are now doing half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the middle of the day. So there are ways to make our way up doing this. Concentration without effort in prayer, with the Jesus prayer. And then in any spare moment, of course, drop into the Jesus prayer in the mind at the speed of the breath. Why? Why? Because it gives you, one reason among the many others is that it gives you a sense of when the thoughts that come to you to distract your prayer, it starts to help you see that it's demons, the thoughts that come up to distract you from it. I just spoke to a friend in the fellowship yesterday about this, and immediately when we talked about just establishing the habit for 5 minutes in the morning, these thoughts started coming to him, and he said, look, immediately I can already see the thoughts coming up, making excuses. It's just 5 minutes. Anyone can do 5 minutes. Anyone. You've got all the scientific evidence on the side of meditation as well. But anyone, right? And yet, of course. And why does this happen? Of course, because it's not you. But also, concentration without effort in prayer, concentration with the Jesus prayer is also a practice. The practice is also the rejection of the temptations that come up. You're going into the wilderness with him, or towards him into the wilderness, like Christ went into the wilderness and faced the 3 temptations. That is what is going into concentration, is going into poverty of the senses. You're not looking outward, are you? You're not enjoying the harpy senses. You're enjoying the succor of the senses. And then where do you end up? You end up with the images of the soul, the valuations of the soul from the first life, all your goals that have put value into things. These images, as we said yesterday, this is the domain of the symbol for this part where purification and preparation happens, is coin, the coin. Why? Because the coin is transferable for worth, isn't it? For real worth. So it is a valuative power that is transferable for lodging, for food, for real things. And that's what happens in this process. What's arbitrary in you of the imagistic of the unconscious, and that is a mix of reality and reality and illusion and mirages, some truth and some illusion. That's a real thing, that's a realized thing. It has valuative power. It's not, the unconscious has valuative power. It's collective down there as well. It's not just you, but it is, like there's a degree to which it's arbitrary, but there's also mirages, which are, what's a mirage? Is the false Holy Spirit. They're realized like a UFO is, a antediluvian projection. It's a realized mistruth. It's a realized lie. And truths are propped up. Sorry. It's a truth in the light of falsity. And so it's propped up by actual truths. It exists in a third space from not and amen, a separate space. When we, oh no, I forgot to put the pack on this. I'm gonna have to do that. I'll find a place in a moment to pull over, and we're gonna chuck the kit on so I can actually put you on forward mode. But I'll check the chat shortly, friends, and find out exactly where we're going. But you should have a map up there that shows you we're walking along the coast of the river. I'm not even sure we can walk. I'm not 100% sure we can even walk this way. I guess we'll find out. Pretty sure we can. All right, there's a pub, the Angler's Rest. Decent seafood there. And let's just check the old map and check the old YouTube. So we might have to disconnect for a brief moment here to get what we need to get, but we will be all good. Let's just cross over here. All right. Just give me a moment, everyone. All right. Onward. Onward. Not full onward. Let me strap this up first. Actually, let's just put you here, everyone. Give me a moment. All right. Okay. Wearing my umbrella, stashed like a sword. If only, just like the old days. Just like those Chads. Just like those Chads, those Southern Americans who used to, in recent times, wear swords. If only. The true European tradition. Well, I suppose we wear guns, but that's just it's a bit of a cop-out, really. I'm not anti-gun. It is the great equalizer in a way, but and it kind of ruins the ceremonial aspect of the sword. And so onward we go, along the coast here, to the great Brooklyn Bridge. So we're going to go to an island it's just off the coast. I'm not sure we can actually get across to it, but we're going to try. And talk along the way, and then we're going to do our reading in about 45 minutes. And then we'll come back and we're going to take the ferry across the water to that island we were just close to before. Get on that beautiful water get on that beautiful water. And so let's have a look at the old chats, make sure everything's coming through all right. Yes. Okay, Chris Doak says video's up, nice coastline, it's coming through fine, map is visible. Thanks, friend. Perfect. All right, friends. Onward we go. Oh wait, I want to actually look at the image just before we get back to our talking and ranting. Hopefully it's not too boring. Between rants, there's the train line we came in on, that goes up towards the cliffs. Should be a lovely image though. I just got ads, I've got ads. I'm trying to look at the stream in the chat. I've got ads smashing me. The AI trying to provoke purchases. And there's a great point in that while I have this blaring in my ear, or I have it blaring in my ear, is even a basic practice to think about, not even a practice, but a technical thing that you should arrange before even starting the practices or as a way of just helping. A thing you should arrange is ad blockers. I heard a priest say, oh, content makers might earn money from the ads. Perhaps you should think about not using ad blocker. No. Yes, ad blocker. Yes, ad blocker. Like, not at the cost of provoking. It's the deal's between them and YouTube, not you and YouTube through the ads. No way. Ads are a manipulative. There's a reason why Bill Hicks said in his show, and he's quite right to say it, that attacking marketing people and ad people, saying that they should end their being. They should end them's. I don't want to say the full phrase because of what censorship often does with videos. But yeah, the point is, ad blockers. There's a great app called Newsfeed Eradicator. Get this Newsfeed Eradicator on your Chrome or on your Brave browser. Now, I wonder if we should walk along the coast there. I'm not sure we can, but I'm just thinking about here, friends, going along the river because it's nicer. But let me just look. But it's called Newsfeed Eradicator, and it what it does is it just blocks the newsfeed. So you look, because the problem is it's designed. Well, the demons, man-created demons, that software companies make are to try and make their apps sticky. Everything's about making it sticky. And so if you can use some technology to counter that just from the outset, that's one thing to do. Because they put the newsfeed, the first thing that happens when you load up their website is the newsfeed. That is the thing that is keeping you cognitively looped in to it. And so just interrupt that. And this great app, you can turn it off for 5 minutes if you need to do a bit of work, and it automatically turns itself back on. I think it's an Australian too who did this. And there's another one called Self-Control. I don't so much use this one these days. It becomes less and less needed as Christ helps you, frees you from these things really. And you have more independence from the provokings, is a way of saying it. But of course, sin is always, saints are sinners as well. And as I even talked about yesterday, as you go through purification, illumination, and union of the tradition, as you go through this, I'm not sure why it's doing that. As you go through this, the cups fill up at the same time, right? So purification is the road to faith, the breath of the real, the breath of the Lord. There's a real, almost a way of thinking about it as a real substance. It's not It's not just a propositional certainty. It's a tangible thing. Well, not a thing, but it's a tangible spiritual element. Substance, just call it substance. But I don't want to get too metaphysical about it, it becomes theological. But what were we saying? Yes, so get this situation arranged. We're talking about purification, illumination, union. Yeah, the cups fill up at the same time. Or it takes a certain amount of purification, which leads to faith, to make illumination possible, which is about hope. And then union becomes possible as the kookaburras laugh in the distance at us. Our friends, my favourite bird, the old kookaburra. But once illumination is occurring and elements of union, it's like 3 different cups: purification, illumination, union. You start filling up the first one of purification in your practices. It gets to about halfway, and then illumination and the beginnings of union become possible. And so then those other cups fill up. And so what that also means is sin still goes on in the process. It's not union becomes possible, it becomes more and more and more close as you move towards perfection, right? So you'll be doing that for, say, like 4 months, you'll be doing the practices, and eventually get to the point where tangible things begin occurring. But it continues. You're still tempted every morning in the practices. That's part of the practice, being tempted. I wonder if we can get close to the coast here. Wow, there's the kookaburras. Should be able to hear them. Okay, let's check the old map. Let's make sure I see where we're going, friends. Oh, we could go above the coastline actually here. I'm going to cross over so you can see a bit more. We'll turn right here. As you can see a bit here. Pretty cliffs. And we'll turn right and go back to the river. I've never come this way before, so we're both experiencing it together. I've come here in a car, but I've not walked along the coast this far. Many such places in Australia. Beautiful, natural places. I suppose what it lacks is places for pilgrimage, places with a long, what has been with a long essential nature where Christ has been worshipped. That's one thing it doesn't have. But of course, God's everywhere. But what it does have is a rugged beauty, if you like that sort of thing. It's definitely different than an American wilderness. The trees are warped. They're usually a kind of, as you can see, if you just look at the camo colours of Australian military, it's a kind of light green rather than a lush or tropical, or it's a thick tropical green as you go north into the tropical rainforests. But yeah, it's also in this area, there's no, what I love is a kind of bare mountain Alps face. New Zealand's got a lot of that. I love that. You only get that in the Alpine area, in the deep south, or in Tasmania. Oh wow, maybe there isn't a road here. I don't see one. It said there was a footpath here. Yeah. Well, maybe not. I guess we'll go back. wonder what this view is like. That's just me hanging this on my shoulder. Oh wait, this might be a path. It's a bit boggy though. Nah, might go back to the road. Oh, might be right. Might be right. No, I think we're. Oh, let's do it. Get a bit thirsty here. I have to get my tea out. Oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have. It's a bit, you can hear the sloshing of my feet. It's a bit thick. Raining again today, but I brought our umbrella so we can go wherever the hell we like. Okay, here we are. And so Lazarus, you can see in the miracle of Lazarus' rising, these miracles are incredible when you truly understand what's going on. Incredible. Especially when you see that each of the 7 miracles is related to the 7 days of creation and the 7 petitions of the Lord's Prayer and the 7 I am statements. They all intertwine. It's in reverse of the 7 days of creation, because resurrection is, it's a kind of reversal of the fall, right? It's a verse, well, I don't know if that's the reason why, I shouldn't say that, but it goes in reverse. The 7th applies to the 1st day of creation. The wedding at Cana, the 1st, applies to the last day of creation, because the last day of creation is the withdrawal, to know that it's good. It's the withdrawal for freedom, but also it's about the wedding. It's about looking upon the creation and being wedded to it. It's about the wedding at Cana is about the reconnection of God, the re-wedding of God to his creation, which was pulled away from the fall, but also because of the withdrawal. But you can see, hello friend, you can see in Lazarus the other miracles simply in the case that he was dead, meaning that he's deaf, blind, and lacks movement. And those are the things that are related to the lack of movement of the lame man. He lacks will in the world. He's disconnected from, because of his own sin, he's disconnected from world, the harmony of the world, but also the Lord, the harmony of the Lord. He's lost in egoism. That's that miracle. But the blind man doesn't have the dual sight, which Christ talking about says, you both see me and have seen me. I can't remember the exact quote. That speaks to the dual vision, healing of the dual vision of the kingdom of heaven while we live. And so they're 3 things that die, and you can just see how they're tied up in this raising of Lazarus, the others, the potentiality of the others. But likewise, this Lazarus rising, all the others happen to move towards him, his rising. All those miracles also, the Lazarus miracle exists because of the potentiality or the future cause, as we know from the healing of the blind man, displays providence. You were blind so that you could now be healed in the future. It's the same for the resurrection, which is the potentiality of all of them. Those signs only exist because of that, but likewise, because of the Lazarus rising, do the others before it exist. And so back to this subject of multitude, back to this subject of will you too go? Will you also leave? And so what happens is that there is a hierarchical principle. People say that Christianity is not hierarchical. Of course it is. Of course it is. As above, so below. The hierarchy of the angeloi, it's just simply that the Lord washes our feet. The top of the hierarchy is supposed to serve the others and help them ascend. But at the same time, if you were to experience the ecstasy or the raw forces that Paul faced, or any initiate faces, or people on this road who are doing these practices, if the multitude were to just be hit with that, that is a huge upset to your equilibrium, a dangerous one. That's why the Lord does these things very slowly with your moral development in mind, as to not upset your equilibrium. Unless it's a specific case, like Paul, where it just happened and the Lord was within for him. And so that's what the hierarchical principle is for, is that you have a priesthood because you have saints, because they have, and well, we're all supposed to be his disciples. But the idea is that they pare it down with the ceremonies. They pare it down with the communion, collaborating with Christ. And so what happens is, what is the raw doxa and glory of sacred worth, of primordial value. Again, that's sort of philosophical words for the raw glory and doxa of the approaching Lord, as the saints have described before, as the overshadowing of the soul in deep contemplative practices. And I tell you, it is a certainty that occurs, the overshadowing. Think about it like this. It's like in the depths of the soul, in the depths of contemplation, just phenomenologically speaking, think about a silence and darkness deeper than any that you know. You're still present, but think about when you've had your eyes closed, or even not, when the sun's behind you and you feel its warmth behind you, and someone steps between you and the sun when your back's turned, and you feel the coldness. It's like that, but it's gravity of the overshadowing of the soul, of the approach of primordial He, the approach of the Lord. Spiritual movement, mystic touch, that is. Uncreated light is another thing you can call it. There's different things one can call it. It's outside the senses, it's outside, and so that's why it's felt as a movement, but it has the intimacy of the deepest touch. Like it's a movement of the very base of where all your senses collaborate to form a sensory presence of what is you, your body, everything. You have a sense of your consciousness. It's like that's moved from outside. That's touched and moved by a primordial gravity outside. It's a way of talking about it. But like I said, as the saint better described it than me, it's the overshadowing of the soul. But that overshadowing isn't just warmth, it's a primordial movement. Like gravity, like the feeling of gravity almost, as pulls you towards the earth. This is the opposite, celestial gravity. So it has because we don't notice gravity, do we? But think about an opposite to gravity, moving over the soul. That's a way of thinking about it, phenomenologically speaking. Perhaps I shouldn't be be more careful about talking about the phenomenology of it. So let me just say up front, because one shouldn't be, I'm not casually talking about this. These are the deepest mysteries, but in these times it's probably good to talk about, and it's nothing more than what the saints are talking about. But they're in the context of being in their own holy books is the tradition. I'm sort of talking on a live stream, so we must be careful to treat these things, and I need to be careful to treat these things with a proper context and reserve, and not to talk about them casually like their everydayness, even though it is something that becomes regular. There are some mysteries that actually have to be, at least the greatest ones, only talked about symbolically, or should only be talked about symbolically, because they're for you to reach with Jesus leading you, and it's intimate and between you and him. The mysteries of death and resurrection, they're between you and him. And so, we see Valentin Tomberg is careful about certain mysteries that he talks about, that you have to fill in the gaps, and you fill in the gaps with the Lord helping you. And I have to do the same as well. There are certain mysteries that we have to be very careful with, because the greatest meaning is left to you and your angel, and you and your Ungaloya, and also you and the higher hierarchies, and ultimately Christ, to show you, as he does through grace, leading, through revelatory action, as you become closer to him, as you say, like Peter said, I think, on behalf of the disciples, where else would we go, Lord, if we were to leave you? Where else would we go? Okay, we might be able to walk out at least by the coast for a little bit. Let's have a look. Where else would we go? And as you go in this process, it becomes more and more like that. Where else would I go, Lord? Onto the internet to be satisfied by Twitter posts and whatever the regime's doing, whatever Trump's doing, whatever nonsense is going on in the media or e-drama. Is that going to satisfy you? Are the things of the world going to satisfy you? Ultimately, no, they're not. Look, I can't actually walk along the coast here. We'll just have to keep going. I was just seeing if I could walk along the coast. It's fine. All good.
Private marina.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
It's public now. It's on live stream. Oh, bless her. And I help you. I don't want to say it too loud. Anyway. It's definitely a pretty area. And so there's this big island in the way, but eventually... Actually, I think we're going to have to walk up a sort of highway until we get to the bridge, but we'll see. All right. See where we are. All right, we got a ways to go yet. All good. I mean, I'm not even sure if this bridge has I mean, it should, but I'm not sure it does. We'll see. All right. Thanks, friend. Goa says, thanks, cheers from Chile. Fog says, palpable rather than mundane. Yes. I think I know what you're talking about. I think he says palpable and not mundane, yes. And so we have to be careful about talking about these things, because when we put words to them, it tends to lead the listener and even the sayer. We have to be so careful with the words we use, man. It leads the listener and the sayer with the idea that these things can be masterable. No. It's not collaborative. No. No, man. You're just turned away or misled by spiritual deception, thinking in that way. But also, it's very easy, and the Lord will always be ready to ask for forgiveness when you do this thing, when you might tend to, say, if you follow what I was saying in the last lecture, you might, oh, that's pretty beautiful cliffs up there. You might, well, you get used to asking questions, right? You get used to following his divine will and intuitions that are sent. And you can yourself, even if, oh, you can see a bit of the bridge emerging there. You can start to casualize what's going on. And so you've got to remind yourself, and he will remind you. He'll remind you. He'll remind you in that a question, it's hard to get an answer. That you'll either feel anxiety in the answer, in both sides of it, in the negative and the positive. Should I do this, Lord, or should I not do this, Lord? And it's both the same. And you realize, I'm not being careful enough here. Of course, and that's a good opportunity to ask for forgiveness for rushing what is a sacred relationship, but he's always there to forgive you. He's always ready to forgive you. You just got to remember that he's your Father. At the same time, though, he's God. So, ultimately personal, but ultimately the cosmic logos at the same time. You can see a bit of the bridge there. That's where we're going. Let's just keep going though. Let's keep going. A bunch of private marinas run up ahead. Okay. I'll show you a bit of emerging here. And so you don't want to project mundane things over what is most sacred. And so talking about the phenomenology, there is a sense that I need to be careful too. But at the same time, the phenomenology, it's pretty loose on the ground. You have to read a lot of Steiner and read a lot of Valentin, a lot of the saints to see where they talk about it. But they often only give it one sentence or one thing survives of a certain thing. And that's probably a good reason for that. It's for you, between you and the Lord, between you and the divine. There's a reason why, and here's why. Here's a big reason why. Christ even says this. Don't tell anyone about this. No, he's never said that to me, but or let me just say, I've never got an intuition telling me not to. I don't want to be going around saying, Christ said this to me. It's between you and him. It's like a personal thing. And plus the rule of the Pythagoreans the rule of silence is needs to be palpable, needs to be something that people take their care with, especially if it's matters that may be of the future, to confirm it through the entire epistemic principle, which includes spiritual fathers of the past and present in it. So, what was I saying? Why does Christ say that? Of course. Obviously there is a degree to which miracles are spread, and that helps people. The Shroud of Turin, it seems to me that that's legitimate, is the Shroud. But one has to be careful with a miracle because the Lord is the Lord of love. He's the God of love. The ground of reality is love. It's not power. He is omnipotent insofar as you collaborate with him. You freely acknowledge him. It's not a power relationship because, and so we see in this the reason why he says, don't tell anyone, because there is a compelling power with miracles. That's why the Jays are constantly seeking the miracle, because they are the archetype of the worshipper of God's power only. He's not the God of power on its own. He's the God of love. Of course, love has its raw being, has its power element, but ultimately, the ground of reality below that is love. And there's a reason why he withdraws, the reason why the son is allowed to go off and spend the half of life that he's given is because of this freedom. And so to push out what is miraculous of your experience, we're deeply trying to help other people come to find the Lord as a mystic fact of experience, which this whole channel is about. So you can have the raw relationship with truth beyond a doubt of certainty, beyond any certainty of science, but at the same time satisfying all that, satisfying thinking. That's what Hermeticism's about, Christian Hermeticism's about. It satisfies all that. But, what was I saying? At the same time, they're sacred, deeply sacred things. That's one. So there's a few points here. The everydayness of language tends to technically enframe things. We're a Latinate language, and unfortunately, I know for the traditional Latin mass, people probably won't like hear this, but the Latin language is a very technical, metaphysical language. It's definitely been corrupted by Greek metaphysics in that way, which is baptized to a degree by Aquinas and Augustine. That's true. Platonism and Aristotelianism are baptized in that way, but still the intellect, it's in the roots of the language, as Heidegger discloses, and we need to be careful with it. And so a lot of rooted Anglo-Saxon wording, just like the rooted Germanic wording of what he did, there's some help in that. And I've done that a little bit in some of the lectures. More ownmost than what seems to be your most ownmost. You know, there's things that get you out of the Latinate object, subjectum, objectum. You know, these metaphysical terms are filled with the experimental intellect, which runs the concept through the wash of definition after definition after definition, which has an effect and constrains the presencing of being itself. The definition, as we know from Heidegger and his work on Aristotle, the definition gives form to the being. And that's different from the dialectic, which itself is a first run through. And actually, the logos self-expresses, or did, or that, because that's the imperfect logos anyway, the Heraclitean logos at that time. But the point is, well, there's a few points there. There's one, which is some things are sacred and are better talked about symbolically or with care. Two, the language has a tendency to technicalize. Three, some experiences are to be between you and the Lord, which is tied up with the first point. And so in that, the language point is where the symbolism helps a lot. It has, and there's another view. That's the bridge we're going to over there, friends. I'm going to cross that. Onward. I need to stop for a drink in a sec. It's very pretty though. The old bay. And there is a sense in which Latin, I must say I don't agree with all, say, the traditional Latin Mass. I think that yes, most of it probably should be exactly restored, but the language thing, I don't really agree with that. Well, it's not for me to disagree or agree, but Latin is particularly technicalized. And the Romans were a very technical people. They inherited the deadness from the Greeks anyway, but at least the Greeks had a memory of the spiritual. The Romans, no. Very technical, rapaciousness, will to power, totally connected with mostly the military and a civilizational force, which is fine, but only when it's properly aligned with the threefold social order, with the initiates at the top of it, with the priesthood at the top of it. And angry little dog. It's always the littlest dogs that are the angriest, isn't it? Short man syndrome, as they call it. And speaking of will, that, I suppose, comes to the miracle of movement of the miracles of Christ, which is, I believe, the lame man. So it's always nice to see a wood fire going. Haven't they banned this in Europe yet? You guys even allowed to have wood fires anymore? You got a license for that wood fire? I mean, it's probably the same here, to be fair, or it will be before long. Well, I don't know what we're going to do in this country. It is so undeniably, terribly cucked. I know that's a very politically loaded term, just for the people that are here for the religious element and not any politics. I don't really talk politics much, because it's ultimately not going to solve our problems. It has to be solved by and led by divine will, and my solution to all our problems is not my solution. My solution is simply, well, we don't have a solution. Your technical minds are not going to find anything, powerful enough to overcome the technical regime. And even the elites, say Elon Musk has displayed that he failed. Even he doesn't control capital. Capital controls him. And so the forces at work are beyond even one elite taking over. The elite theory is wrong in the sense of, no, spiritual theory. Spiritual forces are greater than the elites and govern them. It's pure materialism to think otherwise. Yes, there's a degree of power, but it'll only appear like it's them. It's really the spiritual forces that govern them. You know, whatever ideas he got from Diablo, whatever principalities are involved in that, that's what affected what happened. Okay, I'm a little bit worried I can't go any further than this road here. I guess we'll find out. I'm hoping we can, but that would be bad. Okay. I'm HM Fogg says I'm Catholic, and I completely agree. Yes, it's the language. The language. Everything else, fine. Yes, go back to tradition. The orthodoxy, but look at orthodoxy. Orthodoxy shows that the language is quite important, and especially because Latin is so technicalized, it's not really saving or helping anything. I don't think. It didn't for the Orthodox. The Orthodox do it in the native language. It's not a problem. And they're the most traditional, or we are the most traditional. So I'm not sure where we are. That being said, we love all our Catholic friends, and they've got Anglicans too who watch. Let's see where we're going here. Knowing I'm Catholic, can you guess, is that guess? I can't see. Guess what my username stands for? I have no idea. Her Majesty's Fog? Would that be, is that RHR or is it Royal, or is it HRH? Her Royal Highness. No, that's of course this is, I'm just talking Anglo terms. No, I don't know. Say in the chat what it stands for, friend. I'm looking right now. There might be a slight delay in terms of you getting that message. Anyway, ad coming up. I'll check back in a sec. I just need to check where we're going. This is mangrove in Australia. That's oh good, this is actually keeping on the level. That's where we want it, depending on where we're facing the camera. So that means if I tilt it up, it should look to the sky. Good. Yeah, I don't know if you have mangroves in America or Europe, but that's what they look like. And they're usually alongside a river. Okay, let me, oh, I attend an evangelical megachurch, lol. Oh, Hail Mary, full of grace. Yes, I very much agree. You are certainly missing out on a very incredibly important element of the divine if you don't include Mary in your prayers. Yeah, there was something a saint said about Mary and to do mentioning evangelicals. I'm not saying that this person believes what they believe, but they're just talking badly of Mary. And I think the person prayed, that was talking to them, the Orthodox person prayed for what to say, and came to them that, oh, do you consider where Golgotha happened to be holy ground? And they said yes. And then another holy place, the place of his birth, do you consider that to be holy ground and sacred? And they said yes. And they said, well, did not the Master, did not the Lord's feet touch over 9 months Mary? And so, I mean, that's just a very simple, and that's not enough to convince anyone, of course, but it's just definitely a simple thing. The God-bearer, the Theotokos, is very appropriate. Definitely a divine being. Mary Sophia is. Yeah, to not pray for her intercession, you're missing out on a whole aspect of the life, because she is virginal nature, friends. And you should imitate her. Is a big part of course, it's imitating the Lord, but she helps him come through in the sense of, well, even just praying for it. Let it be with me according to your word. What better thing could you imitate in terms of being open and receptive to revelation and being led by revelation itself? I'm hoping this comes through back to the main road. I guess we'll find out. Let's walk past here. Pretty cool. That's one thing you've got to give the government when they do get it right. When they give you a nice, even pathway to walk through like this. How lovely, right? Nice little outlet to the river. I mean, it's a bit of a monstrosity, but it is wonderful to be able to cover so much ground, because you really, when you're on uneven ground, it's terribly taxing. It's terribly taxing. That is the kind of word that probably doesn't suit an Australian accent. It is terribly taxing. It's terribly taxing on the soul, old bean. Because what we are after is a capital adventure where we're not overly worn out. But yeah, terribly taxing. But in a way good. And I certainly recommend walking as the great book that I'd recommend to anyone to get. The Way of the Pilgrim is an incredible book. And you're certainly on that way. But of course I'm talking this whole time, but if you're on your own on a walk, and I'll often listen to friend ZDMC says, plenty easy to criticize evangelicals, and disrespect to the Theotokos is definitely true, but if you want to also look at some good, desperation for God, many poor people, the kind Christ most often met with. Yeah, there's truth to that. And yeah, a desire to follow the Spirit's lead rather than the will to power. Yeah, that is true, but of course we have to be empty, we have to be the receptacle. Part of going to that poverty is the help of becoming obedient. Oh, there's a cemetery up here. Wonder how far it is. I like visiting the old cemetery. Thanks for sending through your chats as well. This is a good collaborative content. Well, not even content. This isn't about content. This is just about experiencing something together, an environment, and all of us working towards the Lord. That's the purpose of this program. I just want to check the map for a moment and see where that goes. All right, we'll keep going down Brooklyn Road. That's where we're going to go. We're not going to go to the cemetery. Let's go this way. This will lead to the bridge that we want to come over. It's going to be spectacular, friends. And so, what are we saying? Yeah, they are. But there's so much about the evangelical that can give it a bit of a bad name. Look, ultimately, I think you're leaving a lot out of the tradition by being in those types of churches. I think it's richer elsewhere. It's close to the truth elsewhere. But still, through the depth practices, I've still had the Lord or intuitions from the Lord when walking past people of those churches. So it's not that the Lord's not there. It's just simply that I'd say you probably have an easier time of getting closer in orthodoxy. But yeah, the poverty's definitely there, but isn't also with the mega churches there is a secret will to power in the desire for prosperity, that sort of prosperity Christianity. I mean, that might be part of what your particular church is involved with. Yeah, see guys, I brought an umbrella today. I brought an umbrella. We're prepared today. We won't be defeated. My camera won't be destroyed. And maybe you guys will even like that. I always like going to sleep to rain. I think maybe I should have taken that road. I don't know where this is going, this footpath. Maybe I might just check the old map again. I'll just chuck you fellas and ladies on my shoulder. You fellas? I'll just chuck you fellas and ladies. In general Australian accent. Rather than or broad, that's called broad Australian, that accent. You fellas, I'll just chuck yous on my shoulder. That's called broad Australian. That was the old authentic one. And then it became my one for most of Australians. And then there's Kate Blanchett and their breed of shitlibs who kind of speak a bit more, almost sounds a little bit like RP, but not really. A little. Oh, I think I have to go back to that Brooklyn Road, man, to get up onto the bridge. Let me just do navigation. I'm going to drop a pin. I'm going to drop a pin here. Directions. Sorry everyone, just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm going to go back. I have to go back to that road. All right. Off we go. I'm still not even sure we can, there's a footpath on this bridge anyway. But if there's not, we'll go back and get the ferry. And that'll still be a fun journey, fun trip. Yeah, so with the evangelicals, it's there tends to be a surface reading of things. But they would say, well, look, it's easy, it's obvious, it says it in the Bible, it says it in the Bible, it says this. Well, hang on. You're a modern. You're a modern. The way being presences to you is not the same as how it presences to the ancients. That's why there are these other readings. For them, and especially for the disciples who were shown closer to our primordial emergence of life from him, that's what the transfiguration is also about. It's also Lazarus transfiguration. These are the healings of sight, to see things as they are, not as appearances. The truth of Christ is revealed in the transfiguration as dual sight, and they see his true glory and they're struck to the ground. I mean, this is the rawness of the experience of the raw gravity of the Lord, which we're talking about is something that has to be, to begin with, is best handed down, pared down as a rejuvenation, which the liturgy offers and the hierarchy offers. But at the same time, look, there are legitimate complaints in Protestantism. I was even talking to Matthew Pajot privately about this, and about, well, sometimes it's a matter of it would have been better just to wait, if they just waited and been more patient. But I get some of the complaints were legitimate, but they were actually solved later. They were fixed by Ignatius when the life was born back into the procedures and the rituals. But we go through these cycles where revelation again. I guess we'll walk this. There is a bike lane, so I might as well walk on. Yeah. Doesn't feel very safe, I must say, but it is a bike lane, I think. Yeah. But if we get up to the bridge and there's no footpath, I don't think there actually is. We'll see. I don't know. Let's just have a look. I think we're okay. If it gets thinner than this, we can always turn around. But it speaks to a good signal, isn't it? Having this new system. Gotta love that. Hopefully it's still coming through nice and clear. Should have the nice background of the rain hitting on the umbrella, which is always peaceful and pleasant. Yeah, see, this is where I don't really know. It's getting a bit dodgy up here. Not even sure if it can be walked. All I might do is I'm going to cross the road quick and cross the road. So I'm not in a blind corner. Now let's see what's on offer to us on the other side here. Whoa, it's pissing down, hey? Well, I'm going to cross the road and give it a go and see how far we can at least get. Once we get a nice sight of how no cars are coming. There we go. And we'll see how far we can get down here. Love it. All right, we're both on an adventure. We're all on an adventure. A bit of trees here though. All right. Oh dear. I have to cross again. He's turning around, is he? Trust that. Sorry everyone, just got to give me a moment to get up this area. And we'll see where, well actually I might not do that. Maybe we might have to turn around, I don't know. I don't know. It's not really a place that you can walk. Let me check the map. The technical system has failed us with the navigation of where we're supposed to be going. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit dodgy. I think I'm going to go back. I might try to... We'll be right. We'll go a little bit further. Yeah, we'll be sweet. Thank the Lord we brought this umbrella, hey? Oh wow, the bridge is here. I want it so... Well, at least we're going to be able to see a bit of it. Ow. if we have to go back. So I'm glad we at least came here. You're in a place no one ever walks then, friends. It's not a footpath. Estuary. That's what that Vanderclay calls his group meetings. It is interesting about this channel, what we talk about, that there is a mix of different denominations, which is good. Because you're not going to be denied. Maybe I might need to see if I can activate noise cancelling on this microphone. I'm not sure how well you can hear it. But the Lord's not going to deny you if you do the depth practices. If you are doing the practice of the monastics, and even the Orthodox Church still says that you can be saved. It's just a matter of other elements. But you can be too dogmatic in this thing, man, and I can just say that it's the death practices that at least matter personally to disclose safely, though. Safely, with the guidance of the Church Fathers, with the guidance of the saints, and the epistemic principle. That's what's important. I was saying this to a friend the other day, and so yeah, it's definitely not a footpath here, but... Oh wait, there is a footpath. Yes, I think that is. What else is that thing to the right but a footpath? What else is it, friends, but a footpath? What else is it but our destiny? What else is it but our destiny to follow and go across this mighty Victorian bridge and seal our providential purpose of the colonization of this empty land? Old woke history won't like that. But onward we shall go. All right, before we go fully over, I'll check the chats again. I'm so glad there's a footpath here, man. So glad. Woo! I'm gonna look back on this stream as well because of I don't know, it's interesting. You often don't see streams in the rain. I just hope there's signal here. If not, I've got a system in place that goes to backup. But glad to have you here with me, friends, on our little 5-hour adventure. I'll check the chats again soon. Once we get to full safety, crossing over here, we're going to cross over here. Here we go. Okay. About to go over. What were we saying? We were saying that ultimately the most important thing to really get right, yes, it is, of course, the church and the tradition, but you have to become one of the disciples. You have to not be like the multitude, because there are so many of the multitude who are just going to church, even just praying in a kind of modernistic way. Yes, you do that, yes. But we have to have the praying unceasingly established. And what is praying unceasingly? Well, you can't physically pray unceasingly, can you? But you can do it for a lot of the day. And what does that do? It is possible to do it. Because in Way of the Pilgrim, if you can hear me, in Way of the Pilgrim, he talks about a prayer that was noticed in the depths or ground of, let's get the old camera in place, the depths in the ground. If I knew how to turn the noise cancelling on the microphone, I'll test that next week. We'll get it all done eventually. The depths in the ground. And here we are. Oh wait, maybe I'll do this in the right hand. Woo! Okay. We love it. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. How's that? Yeah. All right. Well, you probably, well, you can see a bit of it that way. Incredible, no? Wow. And then this way. Wow. How much faith do we have in modern engineering, eh? Not that much, honestly. I would guess probably that's why this, whatever this grate is closed. But at least we can walk it. Look at that, friends. Oh, that's the new bridge, of course, the road bridge, but we're on the Victorian one. And then there's the train bridge over there. Wow. Oh, wait, can you see that? There we go. You should be able to see it better now. Incredible. Line that up a little bit. And yeah, so the important thing to get right, of course, is are you not watching with him for an hour? Is to move towards that. That's what we need to get right, ultimately. Of course, my view is there are, you know, some of these things are open questions for me. I don't want to go into them too deeply because they're theology. I don't want to be held to it particularly because they're open questions, but you know, orthodoxy is the closest to truth. That's my view. But that being said, the important thing is to do the depth practices to get out of this or away from this modern presencing of being towards truth. Give a bit of a look at that. Anyway, there's a big gate there. I'm not going to fall over it. I'm just being a bit of a Nancy boy. Pretty, no? And if you can see it up there on my shoulder, that's where we're going. A little island there. Not sure you can see the full thing. We're about halfway over the bridge, friends. And probably put this away, maybe. Maybe put this umbrella away. We'll get back to speaking shortly. It's just a bit juggling. Oh yeah, there's the island over there. Yeah, I'm going to put the old umbrella away. Ooh, a bit windy. Hang on a minute. Alright. Give me a moment. Alright. There's that. There's that. And that. The live stream will not be stopped by rain. Okay. Sheath this umbrella. Onward we go. Okay. That's honestly a bit of a relief. I have both my hands back. So here we are, out amongst it. Check my phone shortly. And now you should be able to see this little island just off the edge. I've always driven past that. and never been to it, and always wanted to visit it. It's right there. And there's a small bridge to it. I don't know who lives there, I don't know what it was for, but we're going to find out. Don't you always go past islands? Oh, there's a train going across the old bridge there too. You can see in the distance. That's our train home. And that was the first bridge to go up, the old Victorian train bridge. And that's a lovely northern route if anyone comes to Sydney. Take the train to the north of Newcastle. Lots of beautiful coastal views. The better one is into the Blue Mountains. Or you could go along the coast south to Wollongong. For those that are interested in this, most people aren't actually Australian who watch this channel. But if you do come here, there are some old train routes that are pretty decent and have some Victorian stations. I mean, you'd be better off going to England or something, going to the Scottish train stations. They've got amazing train routes into the Highlands. But yeah, I don't know if you're like me, but if you can even hear me. But when you go along a river or you go along somewhere and see a little island that has no bridge to it and want to visit it. Like I see videos in New York City, for instance, and see those little islands or the islands in Sydney. I've never visited them in the Sydney Harbour because you have to have a boat or charter a boat or get a river taxi to them. But there is some sort of desire there when you can see something yet it's cut off. A curiosity gap, as they call it. But yeah. Let's have a look at the old chats again, and we'll get back to our rant. Should have the map up there showing where we're going. If you want to see it on Google, you can bring it up and search Brooklyn, New South Wales, and you'll find out essentially where we are. I'm going to put on a feature where we'll have a zoomed in map that'll cover the whole screen that I can change between the different scenes. And so we have crossed the river, the mighty Hawkesbury River. Now we go to our long childhood island that we never visited. We've got some YouTube chats that come up here. Can hear you great. And my videos, yeah, he says my British voice is top notch. Yeah, of course it is. I spent years doing for the Ethnic Project. Capital establishment. Although I didn't go that far. I didn't go as far as Churchill speaking. But that's called upper RP. For those that are interested in those kind of... What's the discipline called? It's called... I can't remember, where they do phonemes and the different linguistics, that's it. Yeah. But the truth of that is, as I recently saw, Morgoth isn't on a religious topic so much, but the ethnic layers are important to understand. Although before I go into that rant, let me just bring up the map. The ethnic layers are important to understand. In the ethnic project that I did, where I went into the deepest procedures of Anglo-ness. I mean, ultimately what I discovered is the deepest layer isn't ethnic. It isn't as Dugan thinks. There isn't just these relative truths of Russian Dasein, Russian here yonder being, or Anglo here yonder being. Ultimately, there is an outside truth that ingresses from him, but he's a divine being, he is God. So it's not a graspable truth by human, intellectual, almost Luciferic grasping on its own. Without that revelatory grace, truth is ultimately relative. It's only not relative in him. meaning this factical being, the way it discloses itself to us, and through a camera you're limited, right? Being out here gets you a layer closer because the way we design the technology expresses it and how it's seen by a modern, right? Although I'm not sure what can be transmitted through a device. The spirit love conquers all distance. The essence of things doesn't care about distance, even if it's the other side of the universe, whatever. But where were we going with that? The truth of this here yonder being, this here to there being, this Dasein, is only true and not relative through the word. The world isn't an illusion, pure and simple, as the Indians call it, as Maya. No. It's half an illusion, but you can't get to its ultimate truth unless it's revealed through the word. Because in the word, what they do with their mysticism is destroy the person. There's no legitimate twofoldness. It's either illusion or the monad. And they're just an extension, an illusory extension of something. Everyone is. But what Christ shows is legitimate divine two-being. Twofoldness, as in love, presupposes something that's loved. And the person that loves. It's one ultimate essence, two substances. That's the beatific vision. And so what that means is the world is true when you get close enough to Christ that he reveals the truth of it. Because he created it, of course, but there's another principle in operation, an illusory element that modernity is tied up with, the grasping will to power, the experimental being that we are. This being well, we play a part, along with the underloy and along with the fallen hierarchies, we play a part in how it looks to us. The techne that's been built up over thousands of years plays a part in how it looks and how it presences. But I'm just trying to navigate my way over to where we have to go. Oh yeah, so I think we have to go further. And no, we don't. We just need to get over this road somehow. How the fuck do we do that? Oh wait, there might be an underpass. Have we gone past that though? No, we haven't gone past it. Where are we? Oh, we got a while to go. Never mind. We're just going to keep walking down here. All good. All is well, my friends. All is well. We shall continue our adventure. Imagine coming and being and finding. Oh, look at that. On that car, on that BMW here, if you can see it, is sent. Is sent. That is in the miracles of Christ. If you saw that number plate there, you'll see it on the back anyway if you don't see it here. Sent. The pool of Siloam or Siloam means sent. And that also is connected to the Heideggerian when he talks about destined being. All that is sent of being. The sent, the pool of the sent. Because Christ, when he heals the blind man in the pool with his spittle on the earth, the spittle is what is sent from the Logos, spittle, but also what is good of the derivative waters that the five-pronged pool of Siloam, which means sent, what is sent from the first cause, or the good that's in the first wine. So he's healed on both sides. He's healed from, I think it's not the blind man or whichever one talks about the healed, the pool of Siloam. And that's to do with, I think, that being restored in the good of the movement of the world, as well as married, as well as through the spittle. I hope I'm not mixing up miracles there. But anyway, it was just interesting to see the car there say it was the number plate. Synchronicity? Perhaps. And there's a point in that too. You have to be careful with synchronicity. That's the point of having the epistemic principle. That's the point of doing all these concentration and depth practices with prayer unceasingly, establishing prayer unceasingly. So you can disclose intuition, so you can ask, Lord, was that you? Because a lot of the time your intellect might say, oh, it's a synchronicity, and then it's nothing. That's happened many times for me, where I thought something. Of course, a lot of the time, probably at least half or over half of the time, it is him. Because things appear very coincidentally, and that increases in this process dramatically. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not, and so that's why you use the epistemic principle. The good thing about noticing mistakes and not being afraid of mistakes and not being afraid of many towers of Babel being undone and constantly moving towards truth is the same also as temptation. Not being afraid to experience temptation is that you know where they are then, don't you? If you're willing, and you've got to be willing to let the towers of Babel, you've got to have moral courage to let the towers of Babel crumble, to let some belief or thing you had, maybe it was comforting, but maybe it wasn't him. And there's a lot of people that aren't willing to do that. You have to be willing to do that. Go through the uncomfortable thing to make sure you go towards truth. I saw some people commenting on a video, a Catholic gentleman, a good Catholic content maker, was talking about the charismatic movement. And I saw a bunch of boomers talking about getting really annoyed at him in the comments. And I'm just thinking, man, this is what happens. You experience some emotiveness or joy, or you sought joy before truth, and you're afraid to let it go, or you're afraid to let that crumble or admit. You have to know. It's better to know where Lucifer and Satan are, man. It's better to know what is satanic and what's luciferic. You don't waste all your time, you don't spend all your time studying that. But you can see the reluctance to let go of something that gave them joy. And they'll defend that, and that's luciferic. Because what if it was? What if that charismatic movement? You have to be wary. Put it through the epistemic principle. You have to be cautious, and they weren't. As what happened to the priests, the two priests that were defrocked and that were leading it. And so the people that are still involved with it, they get really annoyed when people criticize it. But isn't that, you can just see in how will to power annoyed they are, how reactive they are. Because ultimately, if you're, yes, it's easy to sin. I still sin. I still, I'm just a son like everybody else. And, as much as you listen to me is up to you. But I'm just saying that even if it's about faith, if you're reactive and you're constantly attacking people, you're in a domain of criticism. You're in a domain of, yes, it requires some apologetics and people to operate like that, but you are in the domain of will to power. You've got to be careful with that. There has to be periods of deep withdrawal to protect you from what occurs. Because temptations come from principalities and powers of creation of men. These things online that provoke us are actually human-created demons, you could call it. Not all of them, but on the road of temptation, you begin fighting the temptations of the flesh. The next temptations you face, and I think it's St. Anthony who talks about this, the next temptation you face is, oh, my face is getting a bit burnt here. The next temptation you face is that of mortally made principalities and powers. And you'll notice that when you get reactive on Twitter, whether it's the Bapsphere or what all these people and principalities, pagans, whatever they're doing, someone makes a will to power comment, you'll notice the feelers, the tendrils of that collective organism. But after that, it gets still higher. After that, you have to deal with the fallen hierarchies. Oh yeah, I think this is the road we have to go up. That's what I wanted to check. So I'm just going to go back a little bit, and then we're going to... I don't even know how this is possibly going to cross over to where we want it to go, but we'll see. Okay. This actually seems like a crossing, but I don't think it is. Let's have a look. That's where the map says to go. I'm not sure it's right though. I just don't know how we'd be able to get over this road to go where we want to go. That's the trouble when you start to get more remote, especially in Australia. In Europe it's different, but there's no real place to walk, which is understandable because no one goes there. Oh look, there's a bit of a truck stop up there. Maybe that's where we're supposed to go. I just don't know where this goes. This is the start of the motorway. I don't see how we'd be able to cross over here. Let's have a look over here. Yeah, I don't know how we get down there. That's the motorway. Where does the map think we would go? I don't know. I don't know, friends. Oh no, it does. Oh, we haven't gone down far enough again. That's why. That's why. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to stop for a drink soon, I think, but we are almost there. This probably took a bit longer than I expected. So once we get there, guys, we're gonna jump into our reading. I'm sure there'll be some sort of table we can sit down and do our reading of Steiner, and then we'll probably get our computer out and we're going to do this segment where we look at some internet videos and that sort of thing. So if there's, hey, everyone who's watching, please put in the chat any videos you'd like us to together talk about for this segment, or go for half an hour or an hour. Because I've got some links that I'll look at. I'm going to set the camera up in front of the laptop so people can watch the videos and we can all comment on them. So please feel free to send any links of things that are happening that you want us to have a talk about from the perspective of the depths of the spirit, rather than the surface element that we're involved with so often and that we see in the news. And that's another thing we must do. Withdraw from the news. The news cycle, friends, it's just a provoking. It's unfortunate, I know. I feel this every day, right? This content that we make, it's just so funny, isn't it? The content that I make that's of the news cycle or something like that, of course, these things get many views. The moment you try to do something that would help, the moment that you make something of depth, trying to get people to be protected from AI, to, well, fuck, maybe the other road goes down there. The moment you try to do content of depth, of course, it gets way less views. That's one issue with it. There might be an underpass here that goes to where we need to go. That's my concern here. I'm gonna have to go back, I think. Yeah, maybe. There's an underpass, I can see it. We're gonna have to go back, everyone. I think. Unless, maybe not. I might get a drink here anyway. It looks like there might be a coffee joint. What were we saying? Yeah, the moment you make something, we have to withdraw from the news. We have to seek out the things that are of worth. People are making these videos. Or again, a Catholic gentleman I saw said he was sick of just reporting on the Catholic news cycle. He wants to do something about theosis, about helping people get to the essence of things. And that is most of all what we need. The solution to the Antichrist that is AI, of course, is the proper finding and disclosure of the Lord. That's the solution. To ask him what's true, not ask Rock what's true. And of course, I've said that many times. Actually, I don't think this is a coffee van. This is just someone's caravan. I was hoping for it. Maybe we can get down there. Maybe we can get down here. Maybe this goes down to the road. Let's have a look. Maybe not. No, look like we'll have to go around, I think. Yeah. Don't think it's happening. Yeah, we'll have to go back. Yeah. All right, we'll go back. Fuck it. Excuse my language. You know, one thing I've noticed, one thing you notice is just how degenerate the language is. And we need to start getting more upset with online figures. Not upset with, but just saying to them, look, don't speak Jesus' name. I mean, I even used to do this when something bad would happen. You'd say Christ or Jesus Christ. I don't even like saying it then, man. Because his name is holy. And I can tell you from the depth practices is that when you're saying it deeply in your Jesus prayer, there are two things that happen. One is being much more careful about how his name is used, because he's, you know, when you're facing cosmic forces, when you're facing temptation, of course, as the saints describe, you can be approached by the fallen hierarchies. When you're facing temptation, boy oh boy, do you need our beloved Lord, and his holy name is constantly in your thought. And the idea that you just see, and maybe you used to do it, I used to do it, I'd say that name, no, you know, no more. It's just we use it as a swear word, very true. So another Catholic gentleman was talking about that, and it's even deeper than that. It's that this name is a name that saves us. Quite literally, in the depth practices, in contemplation, that name saves you. In contemplation, in the depths of the heart, in the depths of spiritual touch, in the depths of mystic experience, yeah. But we say nothing about it. We got too used to, obviously there's a combative element, but just speaking truth. Don't speak the Lord's name like that. How many streamers do we watch and we just don't say anything? Probably it's time to start saying, not in a combative way, but just speak up. Speak up. But there's the opposite too, is the true meaning and depths of casual phrases you would have used in the opposite way is also the valuative power joins them. Just the mighty, thank God. The mighty valuative power that is truly behind that, when a true, miraculous, an approach of sacred space or sacred being, sacred worth, and just the joyous but in profound peace, but also with this overshadowing of the soul, the words that express that thank God, the true being underneath the expression thank God, it's entirely different than, just to experience the true, and that's true of our languages, and that's the danger we were talking about earlier. That is a danger of Latin we were talking about. One danger of Latin, but some other languages, I think Greek to an extent, you could say, even Hebrew, well, Hebrew especially, Steiner talks about this. There is a sense that the original soundings of those languages, or Hebrew, perhaps not Anglo-Saxon, perhaps not Greek, I'm not sure. Certainly Hebrew retains an element of, because when Latin retained its technical nature when it was translating all the Bible. Hebrew is a bit different in that it was an expression of, and maybe Greek too were more expressions of something primordial, so the speakings actually retain the raw understanding and shape of the divine experience of the mystics who were expressing them, are somewhat still in that old Australian humour, This will get us there though, this will get us there. Though I'd probably prefer to walk on the other side of the road rather than have cars come up behind me. So I think I'll do that. I'm not sure, actually. We'll be there soon enough, all good. Yeah, like Hebrew, Greek, I think probably is true of Greek too, that they had a sounding and a saying that still retain, whereas Latin doesn't have. That retain, okay, when Heidegger says language is the house of being, language is the thing, it surrounds the invisible thing, which is the being that pushes into the expression of the words. Logos self-expresses at its first disclosure of the things of, before we have categories and concepts for things, the things of the world self-expressed for the Greeks. But also there's revelation aside from that, where beyond the expression of the things, you've got revelation. Because that self-expression is is a mode of logos, not Jesus logos, but Heraclitan logos, of human intellect. It's a mode of how it's got the Lord in it, but it's not revelatory for the Greeks. It self-expresses, and then through our intellect we create definitions that further crystallize the thing that's self-expressed. And what I mean by thing, a horse. Because how do we know a horse before, when we've seen it for the first time? It becomes a concept, it becomes a general species, a species of something. Or Kant talks about the thing is defined by its comparison with the species. The singular is, but the thing is, that doesn't work for the primordial concept, because before you've ever seen a thing, is what we're talking about here. Before you've ever seen a horse, before anything individual has even been disclosed as a thing to the conscious, that's what Aristotle's first seeing. And then he starts defining. But Plato at least has a memory of a spiritual being, but Aristotle doesn't. And so, I can't remember why we're going down that road. Logos, speaking, wording, self-disclosure. Yeah, self-disclosure of things. While we're talking about this is some languages and some holy books retain, finally, we're getting to an underpass here, perfect. It retains its primordial power, is that if you study the word enough and even say the word, have it expressed through you, Latin doesn't have that. I think Greek does to an extent, but still, because it emerges as something that is of the first beginning, not as revelation from complete outside, but from the fall, better put. Okay, well, where are we? There seems to be there's a sort of walkway we can go on there. We're going to get our feet wet a bit, but that's okay. Just let this car go past. As we've said before, the Ten Commandments, the law is an expression of the voice that whispers. The voice that whispers is an expression of the word. The voice that whispers. So you're going deeper and deeper into soul forces and being as a whole. or the mother, you could say, ultimately then to the word of Christ. And so you can see how deeper and deeper you go, it's a further and further closer to the expression of, or the raw creative word. And so there's something retained, and I'm yelling here because I'm not sure you can hear me, but it feels good to yell sometimes to express the power of the voice. Because one day, friends, you won't be able to talk loud anymore. One day there'll be no oomph left in your diaphragm and you'll be all dead soon, so you might as well express something. But the word, that language, and when it's spoken, because it was they weren't words for other things, they were words that were just the expression of, let's say, in the beginning, Genesis. Let me think of Genesis. How does Genesis go? Everyone, remind me. The heavens and the earth are divided. In Hebrew, as it appeared to the Hebrew mystic, let's say, those words were touching the revelatory being that was expressed to Moses, for instance. The words that were worded from that were touching it, and an expression of it, and still retain it, whereas Latin is a sort of translated term. That's a little bit different. Okay, well, it looks like we go down this road, friends. There's another road there, but I reckon that just goes to the motorway. Yeah, that's what I think. Here we go. I don't know what's down here, but we're going to find out. It says visitors must report to administration, so that's what we're going to do. No unauthorized entry, but visitors are supposed to report to administration, and that's what we are, visitor. That's a bit of weasel wording, but we came this far. And here we are. There's this island I've always seen. You might not be able to get over there, friends, but we've come all this way. We're going to get as close as we can. Well, where does the bridge go? I think just over here. I'm not sure you can get over, but we're going to see. Looks like there's some stuff there. We're going to have a look, though. We're going to find somewhere nice to sit down in this beautiful sunshine. And continue our chat. Oh, there's a kookaburra flying over there. Keeping us company, king of the birds. Wow. All to ourselves. And no wonder, because you can't get in here. There's a gazebo over there too. Wow, it looks really nice. There's a few modern buildings on it, but still. God's country, hey? I mean, I know they're just modern buildings, but there's also something true to be said. We don't appreciate what's around us. We don't appreciate what is actually available. How we can walk still, for the moment, we can walk freely without being, well, to a certain degree. I suppose some people have trouble walking freely when all they're doing is speaking. And they're, oh, there's a gateway under the bridge there. I guess this is somewhere you can go. Otherwise, why would that be open? It's a pedestrian bridge. Pedestrian bridge. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. If only these despot government and governors, if only they would bloody, I don't know, if land wasn't so expensive. There's just so much space out here. So many foreign investments that ruin the price of housing. It's one of the most expensive. Oh, this guy's gonna punt me from where we're going, the security guard. I'll see what happens. No, we're not going to be able to walk over to our island, it looks like, friends. But at least we'll get a closer look of what it is, and we'll ask him what. We'll put you guys here, because he'll stop us, no doubt. Damn, I really wanted to walk across it. Maybe he'll... Gave me a wave. That's good. We can at least get a look on it. Just have a look. I wonder why then. I wonder what it was. What it was. We can't go any further. It's all locked up, but we can at least have a look. We'll go have a look here. That's nice of him to just not bother us. We'll be glad at least just to have a closer look. But it would have been nice to get over there. It's all locked anyway. I would have to climb. I'm not some parkour. I'm not some parkour dude climbing a fence. I wonder what they did over here. Looks like some sort of granary or something. Looks like they had a sort of picnicky area. Oh look, the bridge is actually not a bridge. It's a... You could actually walk it. If I was on my own, I probably would do it, but I better not. You know, you can get a look. Anyway, I don't know, Shah. We'll go back. That little security guard's going to get annoyed, I think. It's worth taking a look anyway. Maybe I'll just... no, there's no way some security guard is going to... Actually, I don't think I can walk through that anyway. It's too much mangrove down there. They'd have to unlock it for me, and they're not going to do that. Or I'd have to walk through there. Actually, I probably could walk through that bit. How you going? You wouldn't mind if I... Could I have a look? Huh? Pardon?
I'm not allowed to permit anyone to go there.
Oh, okay. What was it?
Each Island Center, they say it was an asylum,
Asylum?
mental asylum.
Oh, mental asylum. Right. Okay.
10 years back, it was, there are different stories. Google Pete Island Center, you will get everything.
Pete Island Centre. Okay. And so it was a mental asylum. And so nothing's over there now?
No, nothing. It's completely abandoned property.
Yeah, right.
All doors and windows are boarded.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing on island.
It's a shame. They should, I don't know, sell the property or
And
something.
the property has been taken over by Aboriginal Council.
Oh, okay.
So now it is with Aboriginal Council.
That'd be why. Well, interesting. Thanks for that. Thanks for letting me know.
No, it's all good.
All right. Thanks, man. Well, there you go. There you go, friends. That'll probably be a, nothing will be done with that now because it's been given to the you-know-whos. It's been given over to some council, as you heard. Anyway. Let's see what else we can see here on the foreshore. We'll go up to Mooning or something, and I believe it's called. He doesn't even know. Anyway. All right. Well, let's plot where we go next. It would have been nothing much over there anyway. We'll walk back over the grass so we can see a bit of what it was. Anyway, sorry, this is probably a bit boring. I need a drink, and then we'll go over to, I think there's a restaurant over the highway, so we'll go under the overpass and find a nice place there to sit down. That's what we're going to do. I'll just check the chats, friends, and we'll continue our journey on the Hawkesbury. Let's see here. Okay. Oh no. There's damn. I thought we'd solve this problem, but we haven't. Let's continue. Well, there it is, friends. That's the Peat Island complex. It used to be a mental asylum. They actually had a few of those by the river, on Parramatta River as well. Places of respite. They probably really should institute a lot of those places again, because now the mental are just on the street and homeless, really, mostly. Not all homeless, but I don't know why that's... Camera's not tracking me for some reason. There we are. Yeah. Now they're on the streets, basically. Although not a fun thing to be commuted by the to be commuted by the state, having your freedom removed by the state. How many people, I wonder, were captured in that? My feet are going to get wet here. In that system. That, I'm so annoyed. I apologise about the colour errors. I thought we'd fix that. Maybe not. But if we take the power cable out, it might fix the problem. It may be this camera, friends. This is as good as this camera is. It seems to F up in the color over a certain period of time. So we might have to get rid of it and get something else. Still haven't fixed it. All right, here we go. We're about to go into a tunnel here for a moment. Once we get our stride again, we'll pick up our talk. Like I said before, feel free to send through any messages, and we're about to start our reading when we sit down somewhere with a drink of Steiner's second lecture, Redemption of Thinking. The signal's about to break up as we go in this tunnel. Maybe we're back, friends. Maybe we're back. This is Mooney Mooney. It looks like this might be... sometimes the most moving places are... Sometimes the most moving places are just little rural churches. Rural churches. And... And that's what, actually that's very moving about Orthodoxy and Catholicism, is that there are still icons there, you know, there are, you don't pare it back so much that the sacred art isn't there, because sacred art imitates divine form. To just remove that from things, a bad idea. Because even the most rural churches still have their icons. This is probably a uniting church. I don't know what type of church it is, or maybe it's Catholic. Seems to be an angel here. But yeah, sometimes our blessed angelic friends, sometimes the smallest rural nobody churches, you know, normal, just people, are the most close to God. Even that's a little bit kind of what the not the Episcopalian, what the evangelical person was saying earlier. And that's what's so moving about God, the mightiest, the highest. It is the Lord He cares about. That which will be resurrected at the end of time and retained, that won't just be put to the periphery, like all that is Vilsa the will to power, will be put to the periphery, but all that is resurrected in true memory, as this is a memorial here we see, in true memory, all that will be resurrected are the intimate moments of true agape, of true love, of the smallest people. And that's the truth of what unfolds, is that you, and that's what's so important about isolation, about loneliness. It's through the true withdrawal of loneliness that we come to the essence of things, through the aches of one in the wilderness, crying in the wilderness. Alone is where the truth is actually disclosed, that He's always been there. And so that in the wilderness, wherever you are, friends, you know, watching whatever streamer has some huge audience, or whichever, you know, big person that everyone's watching and all the attention's on and the spirit of the times is involved with, or presidential figure, the waste of space that they are, really, ultimately, inessential, ultimately, not ultimately helping, just helping to some degree, but not ultimately. Because they're not, as they once were, the kings connected to Christ, and they will one day again be, to true initiation and the true king. But the intimate, true love of just the members of this church here, the Lord's there. And those moments of you personally experience with Him, especially when you become close to Him and He discloses Himself as a fact of experience, everything, every moment of true substance and essence is filled with intimate glory, filled with glory. This is not a motive, it's not just, it's divine emotive, but essential underneath all the facts of experience and factical world is that. And that one person, as many saints have been, can contribute something of essential love, even if it's just one action. That action can be and is immortal if it's of love, and will be resurrected at the end of time. And He's there for all those people, washing their feet. And so that's why I like small, intimate churches. Away from the big people of the world. There's something in Tolkien of that. There's something in even the smallest person can change the course of the future. And you do. Any one person does through their authentic prayer. But everyone, people can be way ahead of other people through withdrawal, through abandoning the things of the Vilsamarkt, abandoning that for what's essential. It's in that poverty of the things of the world that makes it possible for Him to reveal Himself to you. So the people in that space, like this one, not that this is that far from Sydney, but you get my meaning. Even a space like this one has that higher possibility of being closer to him and being able to participate in a providential purpose and in a more meaningful and powerful and glorious world than all the people in power. All those moments matter, and this, what's this? It's just a memorial to George V. Williams, died September 22nd, 1960, outdoor attendant. Whatever it might have been. Providential purpose. That's why all the church has all these roles. Whatever it may be. But the closer you get, there are so many providential purposes that are just unfulfilled. Everyone has one. The closer you get, the more time you put in, the more he'll put you to work through revealing himself according to your talents. Yeah, let's keep moving on here though. That was really a nice digression. I hope that was recorded. I hope that came through to you. It's always nice to have the inspiration of a church nearby. What do we have? About 3 hours left here. Okay, cool. It seems to still be coming through. Maybe I should reload the app. Yep, seems to still be working. Smiley face, send. All right, friends, let's continue on. Okay. I'll put you on my chest for a bit. I'll have to get my drink out. I believe there's a restaurant up here. It's 2 p.m, so we should be able to get a drink from it. There you go, Pete Island Centre. It was called, I'm going to look that up when I get home. Given to an Aboriginal council and unused. Interesting. Okay, let's cross the road. Okay. Mooney Club, that's where we're going. I've always seen this place, just driving past it when I used to work on sport in the television industry. We'd come up here towards Newcastle, and such an odd name, Mooney. Never been here though. Anyway, let's go. But it looks to be crystal clear. The system is working today, apart from the colour. Very happy. We're in a reasonably away from the city area, and so just with 2 mobile phone services, pretty consistent and clear. Hawkesbury Marine Rescue. Yeah. And here's the club. All right, well, this is where we're going. Okay. Hopefully we can find a seat here because it's quiet, and we'll sit down maybe by the river and do our readings. But I'll have to get a drink and maybe go silent for a little bit before I start the reading. Get some caffeine and some liquids. But we're going to go straight through to a 5-hour stream. We still have 3 hours to go. Or 3 hours and a bit, 2 hours and a bit. And the next stage, we'll try to get over as soon as possible anyway. Perhaps there will be a bus that can drive us over there. But we're gonna get the ferry and see some of the beautiful, hopefully the sunshine holds out on the river is the final thing. We'll get that beautiful sunset over the Hawkesbury. Spectacular. Yeah. I'm glad I went, even though we didn't get to see. If there wasn't a security guard planted there, I would have walked across those rocks and had a look on the island. Oh, look, there's a rainbow. Nice. All right, let's go in this club. Okay. Hope I can get a can. I've got to say that even though it's a mass-produced product, that Coca-Cola, it's a good product. Let's take this off. I don't want to put it in their faces. Oh yeah.
Thursday, the 14th. We actually don't have this on Thursday. Here it's booked, pretty booked up. We've got 2 large groups already. Yes, I know. We wouldn't be able to fit that many in. Sorry about that. Okay.
Well, sorry about that.
You can bring a birthday cake in, but it's $3 cakeage per head.
Ah, thanks.
No, we don't do birthday cakes. You have to bring your own, and it's $3 a head of cakeage. All right. We can fit you in, but not till 2:30. All right. No worries. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Hi. Good, thanks. Can I get 2 of those bottles of Coke Zero?
Sure, to have here or to take away?
I'll just take them away. Yeah. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you, mate. $6, mate.
Great. That's a good price.
Yeah, they're cheaper to take away than we have here.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Good on you, mate. Thank you, sir.
Buy them closer to Sydney. It's $6 each for them. Thanks. Yeah, I might go sit down on the park benches, I think, by the river. Let's do that. See what we can find. This looks all right. I thought it would be perhaps the sun's. I don't know if there's much to look at here, but maybe there's somewhere else to sit. This looks all right though. I assume you're allowed to sit here. Oh yeah, that's all right. I'll take it. Maybe just here. Unless there's something on the wharf that looks better. What do you think, friends? Unless there's a bit of seating on this wharf that has a better view of the river to sit down for our reading. Oh wait, I don't even see a wharf there actually. It looks like this might be the go, I think. Yeah, looks like it. All right. How about that? How about that? Ugh. Perfect. Perfect. The sun has dried off. Has dried off these tables. ready to go for us for our reading, friends. We've got a bit of a view of some cliffs in the background there. Not bad. Don't say I don't take you anywhere. All right. How about that? It's bent over a bit to the side. How about that? How are we looking there? Not bad. That ain't bad, is it, friends? Although my face might be covered by the... What can we see over there? Not much. So I'll just do that. So my head's not covered by the map. All right. Yeah, looks good. All right. Give me a moment before we get started. Give me a moment. That is really beautiful, really pretty. My head's about halfway there. We can move it over safely. Oh, the screen's not appearing anymore. What's happened? It's still moving though. That's weird. The screen's disappeared. Oh dear, something's happened. All right, something's gone wrong here. I can't see the screen anymore. It's disappeared. Oh, that's weird. I'm gonna disconnect the... All right, we should be back now. Let me check. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy these cokes. Hail Mary, full of grace says, 5 a.m. here, so in anticipation of the likely event I nod off soon, just want to say thank you, Scott. It's always nourishing to join you. Thank you, my friend. And I'm glad you tuned in and enjoyed it. Sorry I kept you up so early. If this participated, ZDMC shows a emotion or emoji of a sun rising, which I would guess is due to this view. We might get rained on here. But what we might be able to do is put this in here, maybe. Maybe. We'll jam it in here. Maybe. Or I can open one of those umbrellas. I don't want to have to move. Definitely don't want to have to move. I was happy with this area, but it looks like the rain's coming in, everyone. We can probably open one of these umbrellas. So we can continue our reading. Oh, that might stay. That might stay. Oh, that might stay. This way. Yeah, that might work. Jerry rig it. Whoops. Can we jerry rig it? I don't know, friends. Or do we go down and open one of those umbrellas? Whoops. Bring you under here. Maybe that'll be all right if it doesn't get windy. Maybe. You can't see much out of there, is the only thing. I think the rain stopped anyway, but okay. I mean, it's an option if it starts pissing down. It's an option. Let's get our reading started. Well, maybe I should just finish a bit more of my drink first. Oh, what a day. Great so far. Should be another hour back and we'll be able to get on the ferry for this beautiful river journey. Continuing this beautiful river journey. Okay, it's the right side with this anyway. All right. I'm thinking I'm almost feeling up to it now. Let's get our book out. Okay. So friends, hopefully that's coming through loud and clear. We are continuing from lecture 1 onto lecture 2. That's worth looking at. That's where we came up here to that island area, and now we're here, as you can see on the map, looking out onto the river. Continuing the river or method, sometimes thought and understanding is like a road, and walking is helpful for the unfolding, because it's a way. A road is a way. We've come on a way, and through the walking, thought develops. Walking is very important, actually, for thinking. But of course, thinking is only part of it. Ooh, looks like there's some rain coming down the river. Thinking is only part of it. That's only preparation. Purification, illumination, union happens through both contemplation and action, both contraction, expansion on the horizontal and facticity in the world, and a contraction and expansion on the vertical. As you withdraw from the world, your will contracts for the worldly and the things of the world. And the restriction of, by rejecting temptations in concentration without effort, in prayer and throughout the day, and through forgiveness, by restricting the will and converting the will, the 5 currents of the will, those impulses that you restrict expand on another plane, on the vertical. And you could think about that deeper into the psyche, let's say, which is actually underneath the being of this here yonder being, existence, or extended, outstanding. As the objects present themselves in space, it's underneath this space that we're in. It's not inside your brain, it's underneath the things of the world and also underneath the senses of the sense experience. That's where the rejection of the worldly expands on those planes. As we know, we've talked about many times before, even science through Jung has discovered the region of depths, the unconscious, and the deepest layer of it, the religious layer. But we've always known that. Christian esotericism has always known that. Of course, the spirit is beneath all of it. Orthodoxy has always known that. But you'll only discover the layers before the spirit. Ooh, it definitely is raining. Woohoo! Woohoo! All right, come under here, my friends. All will be well. There we go, I'll just hold it. Not that I particularly enjoy having to hold it. Maybe we can jam it in here like we were trying. Yeah, that seems to work. Hidey hole. And as quickly as it came, it's stopped again. And so what were we saying? Oh, another bird just flew by. We were saying the restriction on the horizontal, the desires, and saying no to temptations on the horizontal expands on the vertical. But don't think from that that's everything, that this life is just a contemplative life. No, it's both. Because you also contract on the vertical. This is what the saints talk about when they talk about you're being weaned off the milk as you're developing. You have to also face temptations and mourning. But the mourning is a holy mourning. You go from contraction and expansion, and the sorrow, joy, the depths of sorrow and the depths of joy get deeper and deeper and deeper. The Lord said He came so we would have life abundantly. And the truth of the person, of the human being, and the perfect human being that's Him, who is also God, is the depths of sorrow at the same time. It's the sorrow that you accept and actually makes the joy in everything more beingful, more full of overflowing with life. Everything, every experience. Through that sorrow, I wouldn't give it up for anything. It's never far away from it is joy. It's usually laced with it. It's the farewell fading away and the becoming life at the same time. He's the synthesis of life and death. And through that is this abundance of resurrected life. And yeah, in this process, you experience that. That's the heart. What becomes available to you, as in the Kalia describes, is you actually have access to the heart, a divine heart, though, the sacred heart at the ground of the psyche. It begins with that place you can put your attention, which is the motive zone, the zone of where your emotions and mood comes from. But that becomes far deeper, almost embodied, but not embodied. My theory about that is that for the church fathers, when you go back further in time, their being is less ripped to pieces and less divided, like ours is now. And so when you are bringing your attention to that place of emotiveness, you essentially, to begin with, feel it's around your head. And so as you're in this process, the 7 I ams are converting all the spiritual organs of your being to being Christianized from the true divine humanity is converting you into a divine human. Or say the yogis with the lotus flowers, all they're doing is specializing in a prenatal state of they call them lotus flowers or whatnot, or they call them chakra or whatever. No. All those spiritual organs become completely spiritualized to the 7 I ams. I am the vine, I am the resurrection of life. They're the true organs. The Lord Christianizes them from outside time, not inside time, which everyone else is dealing with. But the point is, that contraction, expansion, damn, train of thought got a bit waylaid there. Contraction, expansion, acting on the externally, where I was at contemplation. It's both. And so in a contraction of the vertical, your will is contracted on the horizontal, then you expand on the vertical. But this is an active life. It's a speaking life. When it goes the other way, you actually expand on the horizontal again, just like the rain comes down again, as it is now. You expand again. And that means you are out in the world, because we're here, not like the yogis, we're here to collaborate as authentic, true, real twofoldness, as in the beatific vision. Through us, through Christ, he comes through, we collaborate with him, divine will and human will united, so his blood can enter through us, the kingdom of heaven comes to earth. And in the Lord's Prayer, when you pray the Lord's Prayer, my kingdom come, there's also a justification for that, as I've talked about before. The justification being, like there is a justification for forgive us our sins as we forgive those who trespass against us. That's the justification. The other petitions of the Lord's Prayer also have a justification. The justification for the kingdom coming as in your individual microcosm. It's for you to go through the process of initiation. Then, through you, as we see with the saints, nature becomes obedient to certain saints. Animals are not fearing of them. They're waiting to be, because they are just fallen humanity. The whole world and the beings of the world below us are all part of fallen humanity. They are fallen nature, and it's through the individual in Christ that his blood can then collectively, in all of human, mortal logos, which is like the collective space that still is in actuality, because the Lord's redeemed the macrocosm, but in the collective microcosms, through each saint, Christ's blood brings the kingdom. And what does that mean? It means we're not just sitting at home. Christianity is a saving life. It's a world. People say, oh, it's not worldly. Well, they think it's Gnostic. Some pagans think, oh, they're being so worldly. No, you're just materialists. You're not even really of the authentic world. The Christian only knows the true world because it's only true as it's revealed through the Word. The surface world is a fake world. So when the Christian says, be not of the world, they don't mean of true earth, because you are of true facticity by not checking out like a yogi. The mean is Christ. Neither will to power nor Lucifer, nor checking out and fleeing upward like the winged serpent. Christ is the eternal and the temporal manifested together, saving. The only religion that has the cure, it presents the world as sick and says, hang on, I'm the cure. No other religion is that, because they're not the truth. And so what am I getting at here? I'm getting at this life is an active life. It's of the eternal, deeply here, saving, imbued with the glory of personalized love, not a depersonalized will to power, which makes you a kind of alien, not a you're checked into your lusts, but you're still kind of an alien because you don't love or care. You don't have the deep life of the Lord. And also the yogi who's depersonalized because he is obliterated, the person in having consciousness obliterated by being. Both ways of depersonalizing conscience to have the enjoyment of peace. And there are different kinds of peace. The highest peace is beatific peace, is Catholic peace. They are obliterated in the white point. The true thing is to be with the Lord and to have him with you. To have both visions, to have the true, divine, to have the sacred heart of the person, like we're talking about sorrow and joy, not just peace, sorrow and joy, but deeply checked in with the love of all, not checked out, not obsessed in a rage like the Wilzemacht, and not totally checked out in peace, but deeply checked in, but deeply divine at the same time as checked in by loving all, deeply angelic and divine, as the highest divine is, as sanctified creation. There's nothing higher, human and divine. And so, a bit of a digression there, but that's what we're talking about. The redemption, not just of the world, but also of thought. And so let's get onto our reading, friends. If this will stay and not roll out. I'd rather it roll that way, really. But I have a feeling it's going to move. But maybe if I jam something in there, it will stay. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now you got a bit of a view, friends. There you go. There you go. Now, before we begin the book, I'm going to make a quick check that everything's working. I'm curious, have you chosen a particular denomination of Christianity, orthodoxy? But that's okay. You don't have to do what I do. The important thing is doing the practices. I'm also obviously an esotericist. Let's do this. Okay, lecture 2 of the redemption of thinking. Here we go, friends. Send through whatever links you've got. We're going to do another segment today, probably at the end of this reading. If you want me to watch any videos and comment on them, and I'll read out your comments on the videos too. Yeah, I would go with the traditional versions of Christianity, but there's plenty of people of other denominations that watch this channel. Yeah, the liturgy is divine, and you want the whole sacred art to be present. And so I have a problem. I definitely know there's errors in Catholic iconography. But there's a version of Catholicism that's Byzantium. They use all the authentic icons. But there's definitely an error with some of these Catholic icons of Mary. You have to go back to the Orthodox icons to have things that are of sacred form. There are some icons you see that, pretty rare though. Often they're sort of, all those icons that are made in South America, they're not good, not good. Anything that follows classical art like Raphael and Greek form of icons, statues, they're almost the art style of the senses. Divine things are underneath the senses, and the symbolic icons of orthodoxy speak, well, you know, when you say, when something's more iconographic, it's less of the senses. For instance, landscape painting is something that came very late in art. You could sort of say that something iconographic is more expressive, but I would say no, it's symbolic. It's something that actually reaches through. It's not the full sensory image of a man. It's symbolic of a divine man, and through it, well, the true art is supposed to be someone who has the depth faculties developed in mysticism. And through that, expresses what the Spirit reveals to him in the artwork. And because he's dissolved what's arbitrary in him, he has the form, the in-form, it's informed by things that are of the form of the sacred, like Goethe's Faust. That is of the process of initiation because he's experienced it. So the narrative structure is of initiation. And I think you could even say that some of Rudolf Steiner's artwork, you can't look at it and go, there's truth of spirit in what he's done there. Some of it is actually haunting. That's good though, of what is being expressed. And might appear kind of weird, but it's not weird like ridiculous postmodern art. It's definitely some of it is of the spirit. But anyway, make your own choice. Again, like I said earlier, the important thing is doing the practices that we're talking about. That's what this Greenwood Fellowship's about, not which denomination you choose. But you'd be better off with the traditional versions. But that being said, you can still do these practices and the Lord's not going to abandon you. Just do the practices. Okay, lecture 2, Rudolf Steiner's The Redemption of Thinking. The first was about expressing how Manichaeism, how some forms of pagan thought influenced Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, how Platonism and Plotinus influenced Augustine and how Aristotle influenced Thomas Aquinas. And now we're probably going into, from memory of these lectures, we're probably going into when they start redeeming the thinking. Okay, the essence of Thomism, lecture 2. I have already tried to emphasize the point that the inner development of the West, which found its final expression in scholasticism, cannot be explained merely as a development in abstract thought, but that behind it there was a real step forward in the evolution of the soul of Western humanity. What I mean is this. In the study of history of philosophy, attention is generally directed to the thought of each philosopher, and we note how the ideas which we find in a philosopher of the 6th, 7th, 8th or 9th century are further developed by philosophers of the 10th, 11th and 12th and 13th centuries. From such an approach, we get the impression that each thinker has taken over the ideas of his predecessor and that we are in the presence merely of a certain evolution of ideas. That's kind of like a Hegelian view. Now, this is an explanation of the spiritual life of man which we must learn to reject. For what appears to take place in this way merely as the result of an action of certain individuals is very much a modern view, really points to something deeper which lies behind the outer scene of events. That's the surface thinking that it's us pushing development, as if there's no divine beings, as if there's no angels, as if there's no spiritual forces pushing a necessity, pushing an agenda, pushing a thought. So the underlying fact, that's my reader's note, the underlying factor in scholasticism was an evolutionary development in the very nature of Western humanity, which had begun 2 centuries before Christianity was founded, and which continued right up to the time of the scholastics. Unless we take this factor of inward development into account, it is as impossible to get to an explanation of this period of history as it would be to get an explanation of the period of human growth between the ages of 12 and 20, if we did not consider the important influence of those forces which are connected with adolescence and which during those years rise up to the surface from the depths of human nature. That which surged up in this way during this period from the depths of European humanity was the developing consciousness of human individuality. I have already illustrated this by a comparison of the opening words of Homer's Iliad and Klopstock's Messiah. Homer's Iliad was, "Speak to me of the Muse, O Muse, speak through me." That was thousands of years ago. And Klopstock in the 18th century, the quote was, "O soul," as in individual soul. Speak to me of your depths. It's individual, right? That's the difference. 2 people seeking the same thing, one of an external muse, of a god almost, to possess them, the other as an individual of the soul to speak of its deep desire in Klopstock's Messiah. And so when Klopstock wrote his Messiah in 1750, the consciousness of individuality in each soul had become universal. But the beginnings of the inner urge towards it can be clearly traced in the period between the founding of Christianity and the age of scholasticism. That's why these thinkers are important. Although in the thoughts of the philosophers of this period we get only the mere surface reflections of this awakening, it was an important fact, however, in the spread of Christianity throughout these centuries that those who took the lead in spreading it had to address themselves to a humanity which, in the depths of its being, was striving more and more towards this inner consciousness of self. Only by keeping this point of view before us can we understand the conflicts as we get to a bit drier position. Understand the conflicts. Oh, we lost our little tab. We'll stay. Let's put our other lid in there. Oh dear. I guess I'll just have to hold this, right? Okay. Well, hopefully it looks kind of cool with the rain in the background there. And so, looks like that table over there is keeping a little bit drier. Maybe that's the go. Oh, we're okay here for now. Okay, so where were we? Put this down a bit. Yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing if we can stay here. Might be able to. All right. And so we just finished with striving more and more towards the humanity, striving more and more towards this inner consciousness of self. Only by keeping this point of view before us can we understand the conflicts which took place in the souls of such people as Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, who from the very depth of their being wanted to get to the heart of the relationship between Christianity and philosophy. In the very depths of their being, wanted to get to the heart of this. Authors of the history of philosophy have often understood so little of the true nature of these soul conflicts that this epoch is not at all clearly depicted in these histories. And on the surface, it looks as if Albertus Magnus, who lived from the 12th into the 13th century, and Thomas Aquinas, who lived in the 13th, had only wished to create a logical harmony between Augustinianism on the one hand and Aristotelianism on the other. Thomas was the representative of the ideas of the church, Albertus of those of highly developed philosophy. The attempt to bring these into agreement runs like a thread through everything either of them wrote. Still looking okay. Now, in the whole system of thought which arose in this way, and in doing so brought into full flower the feeling and will of the Western world, there was a great deal which did not survive into the period which extends from the 15th century to our day. The period from which we have drawn our customary ideas for the sciences and for the whole of our daily life, as we often talk about. The man of today finds it incredible when he hears that Augustine actually believed that all mankind, as a result of original sin, deserved to perish, but that a part of mankind, and that without earning it, was destined from the beginning of time to receive God's grace and to be spiritually saved. while another part was doomed to be spiritually lost, no matter what its deeds were. To a modern man, it probably appears a quite meaningless paradox. But if you can get the feeling that age in which Augustine lived and in which he absorbed all those ideas and influences to which I have already referred, you will think differently. If you can get the feeling of that age, you will think differently. You will find it possible to understand how Augustine was immersed in the struggle between the older thought, which regarded mankind as a unity, that thought of Plotinus, that one, that soul of unity that drips into many cups, that Plotinus saw as, that's where ideas came from this one singular dripping down into many cups that were us. But that soul experience was not available to Augustine, but it was available to Plotinus as a hangover from he was a hangover figure. Augustine was a early figure of the emergence of the individual, as Steiner puts it. You'll find it possible to understand how Augustine was immersed in the struggle between the older thought that I just mentioned, which regarded mankind as a unity, and the new thought, which was trying to crystallize the individuality of man out of this collective humanity. He himself wanted to hold, and this is why I'm always talking about everyone. Again, why a lot of Protestantism, and Protestants, plenty of them watch the channel, but to just say, the literal meaning, well, it says this, it means this. No, you're reading it in an English translation, even the interpretation from the particular church it is. The ancients being doesn't presence to them like it presences to us. So when they read those same words, it's different. That's one thing. So you have to get into that mode. And then, of course, there's a mystic layer, which is part of getting into the mode. They were closer to the mystic depths. They were closer to the gnosis, to the deeper depths and layers of the unconscious than we are. We're terribly warped as we're brought up. So that's why we do all this. That's why the religion is refreshed completely from time to time by figures like St. John of the Cross, who help get again down and back to the mystic depths and help others also do that, to experience the kind of glory that the apostles and disciples of the Lord experienced, the gifts that were granted to them. And like St. Paul, we're supposed to be moving towards the state, and can get there, of it's not Christ who lives. It's not Christ who lives. Well, that's in modernity, it's not Christ who lives, but I who live is what modernity is. But the truth of the matter is it's not I who live, it's Christ who lives and acts in me. Or it needs to be that way. The eternity must presence together with temporality. And that happens. The heart, as I mentioned just earlier, and I didn't actually finish being able to say, is that the sacred heart becomes a place you can bring your attention. In the Philokalia, it talks about as a kind of method, quote unquote, but it's just not something that's available to you until later, that you can bring your attention, and your whole attention goes away from the sense experience down into the heart. And so I didn't get to express my full theory on that, but in modernity, the emotive zone, we feel it's around our head when we look to where emotions come from. But throughout this process, as you do the practices more and more in contemplation, through establishing praying unceasingly, which is you're doing the Jesus prayer all the time, anytime you have a spare moment, establishes an unceasing prayer in the ground of the soul. Because as The Way of the Pilgrim, a great book, talks about, there is a secret prayer at the ground of the soul, praying. Abba, praying Father. And so you establish a kind of current of praying unceasingly by doing the Jesus prayer as often as possible. And I've almost lost again why I was talking about that. I keep losing why I was talking about that. Because, damn! I keep going into detail, explanatory detail, and then losing it. Damn. All right, we'll just continue the reading. Oh. Praying unceasingly. What was I saying before that? It'll come back to me, I guess. Sorry, everyone, that's the second time I've almost talked about something, and then I almost got into describing praying unceasingly again, but at least we got to the point where we talked about how to establish prayer unceasingly, which is through doing the Jesus prayer all the time and making it a part of the breath. You have to bring your attention to the movement of the diaphragm and breathing, and let that be governing the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind, and do that all day. Eventually, that establishes, that's it, eventually that establishes and reconnects, helps reconnect through it, praying unceasingly, the ground of your psyche and your heart. So the more and more you develop in contemplative practice, where the former region of where the heart is, around the head area, you think it's there, right? So bring it right now, the people who are watching, bring your attention to where mood is. It seems to be around, I don't know, the tear ducts, around the head. But in the depth of contemplation, that area moves. As you sort of move to contemplation into deep silence, you're not paying attention to anything of the sense world. It moves to where the heart is almost. And so that deep sacred heart, you can actually, sooner and sooner, actually just go into with your attention. And it's in the center, it's hard to explain, it's the sort of core of being. I sort of did it this morning when I was in the shower. But in the depths of practice, is, as is described in that book, The Way of the Pilgrim, is that by doing this attending of the breath and praying and letting that speed of the, as is said in the Philokalia, unite watchfulness and the name of Jesus and the breath. And what does that mean? Bring your attention, watchfulness, to the breath, and let the automatic breathing, don't control it, and just do the speed of the Jesus prayer. That establishes this prayer unceasingly. And what happens is, you'll notice in the depths of contemplative practice, there's a little pain in the heart. It's not a savage pain, it's just a tiny, and he describes it in this book, it's a tiny, in the depth of practice of heart, and that's how you know it's happening. But like I said, even the emotive zone becomes divine, and the sacred heart, just by bringing your attention there, you'll notice, it's as the eternal, in a way, comes closer, you notice, I'm speaking about these things very casually, which I said I shouldn't do, I should be more careful of, but as the sacred heart becomes closer, that's the eternal is drawing closer. And you see that, is that you bring your attention to that heart, as is described in the Philokalia, you're sort of going into the heart, and down in the breath. But the way being presences is sort of hard to explain this, really. But the thing behind it, the eternity that's behind it, draws closer to the surface, sort of behind your own most self. The center of where you think you are, your presence is in vision, more closer than that, kind of behind you, drawing this way, if that makes sense. And it only will when it comes, this overshadowing of the soul, sort of, you see it a bit in how being presence is to you. You'll know it when you see it if you're doing the practices, but the point is, it's through the heart, the sacred heart. Anyway, sorry to digress on that, but at least we finally got to what we were talking about. Okay, that was going to stay. Good, stay. And so where were we, friends? And so if you can get the feeling of the age in which Augustine lived and in which he absorbed all those ideas and influences to which I have already referred, you will think differently. You will find it possible to understand how Augustine was immersed in the struggle between the older thought which regarded humanity as a unity, and the New Thought, which is trying to crystallize the individuality of man out of the collective humanity. He himself wanted to hold on still to the point of view of the ancient philosophers, who did not take into consideration the individual man, but influenced by the Platonistic ideas, which I've outlined to you, kept in mind solely the idea of universal humanity. And at the same time, in Augustine's own soul, there was already stirring the impulse towards human individuality. It is for these reasons that his ideas are such a revelation of his own inner conflict and are so compact of human life and feeling that they awaken in us an intense sympathy for this man whose figure dominates the scene in the centuries that preceded scholasticism. It's raw and personal with him, whereas with Aquinas it's impersonal. So after the days of Augustine, the individual man of the West, for the most part, still felt in himself a firm attachment to the Christian church, and it was chiefly of Augustine's teaching that this feeling was based. On the other hand, Augustine's ideas of predestination could not be accepted by Western people generally, for they rejected the thought of regarding the whole of humanity as one unit, and themselves as nothing more than a member of that whole. Still less the possibility that they might be a member of that part whose lot is destruction and annihilation. The church therefore had felt compelled to find a way out. Augustine was still conducting his fierce fight against Pelagius, the man who was already filled with the individuality impulse of the West. Pelagius was the person in whom, though a contemporary of Augustine, we can see in advance the full sense of individuality which later centuries possessed. It was inevitable, therefore, that Pelagius should maintain that it is quite impossible to believe that man must remain entirely without participation in his destiny in the material spiritual world. The power by which the soul finds its connection with that which raises it from the entanglements of the flesh, the serene regions of the spirit, where it can find release and return to freedom and immortality. This power, he held, must be born of man's individuality itself. This was the point which Augustine's opponents stressed, that each man must find for himself the power to overcome those tendencies which are classified as original sin. The church stood halfway between two points of view and sought a solution. And so, talking of Pelagius there's a decent footnote here of his view, which is everything good and everything evil in respect of which we are either worthy of praise or of blame is done by us, not born by us. We are not born in our full development, but with a capacity for good and evil. We are begotten as well without virtue as without vice. And before the activity of our own personal will, there is nothing in man but what God has stored in him. That's Pelagius. That's the view that was combating Augustine. And so there was much discussion in the church concerning this solution. All the pros and cons were considered, and then the theologians took the middle way. I can leave it to you to judge whether in this case it was the golden or the copper mean. Yeah, because there's a problem with, I'm not making any comment on the decision of the church at any time. I'm just talking about there's a problem with English, Anglo style, well, even if that's Anglo, it's just more corrupt style negotiation, or what do you call it? Settlement? No, what's the word? When you compromise. No. Certain things, there should be no compromise. You're looking for Jesus to inform things, but that's the golden mean. Whereas the mean is found by the divine future, who's Christ. The copper mean is just the mixing of the middle, compromise. No. But at any rate, whether it's copper or golden, they took the middle way, semi-Pelagianism. A formula was found which was neither black nor white. To this effect, open quote, "It is as Augustine has said." This is what they thought. "But not quite as Augustine has said, nor is it quite as Pelagius said, but in a certain sense, it is as he has said." That's Steiner's paraphrasing of the situation. And so the final conclusion was that it was not through a decree of divine wisdom that some are condemned to sin and others to grace, but that man has some share himself in either a sinner or one filled with grace. In fact, the question is not one of divine prejudgment, but of divine foreknowledge. God knows beforehand whether one man will be a sinner and the other filled with grace. Interesting. I'm not making a comment either way on that. At the time when this dogma was promulgated, it does not appear to have been realized that the point at issue is really not between divine prescience and divine prejudgment. It is rather a question of coming to an absolutely clear decision as to whether or not the individual is able to ally himself with those powers in his own soul life which can raise him up out of his separation from the divine spirit being of the world and lead him back to it. Is he free to do that? This theological question remained unsolved. Now, when we come to Albertus and Aquinas, and that's an interesting question, friends, when we come to Albertus and Aquinas, we find that while on the one hand they felt bound to recognize the dogmas of the church and were also filled in their deepest feelings with the profoundest respect for the greatness of Augustine, on the other hand, they stood face to face with the evolution of the individuality consciousness of the West within the stream of Christianity. We must give far more weight to this fact of individuality consciousness in considering the scholasticism of Thomas and Albertus than we should have to give to a similar phenomenon in our day. The reason for this is that it was due to the upthrust of consciousness, of individuality among the scholastic thinkers that we get in them the perfect flowering of logical judgment and logical technique. For, quite apart from the question of content, whoever has a sense for the form and manner in which any scientific or other subject should be set out with absolute accuracy of thought, and who can appreciate how the relationship between things should be expressed in logically related ideas, will realize that thought was never so exact, so logically consistent, either before or afterwards, as in the age of scholasticism. The essential quality in it is that pure thought runs with such mathematical certainty from idea to idea, from judgment to judgment, from conclusion to conclusion, that these thinkers account to themselves for the smallest, even the tiniest step of logic. I mean, my view, and even Landers backed this up when I talked to him about that, is that metaphysics is really just exact poetry. But it doesn't mean this isn't incredibly important, what they did. And so anyway, we have only to remember, of course, and there's a rigidity of legalism that needs to be dissolved, which is what we talk about a lot. But anyway, we have only to remember, of course, in what surroundings this thinking took place. It did not take place in the midst of the noisy world as it does today. It took place in the cloister or somewhere far from the world. It was a thinking that was absorbed in the life of thought and was also able, through other circumstances, to arrive at a pure thought technique. As a matter of fact, it is very difficult today to build up such a pure activity of thought, this careful step by step. And that's so true. Who has time these days to do that thinking? I've done that. some degrees of it. And who will these days will spend 3 months on a essay doing metaphysical questioning from thing to thing, tiny little logical move to tiny little logical move. I've done that before, and you end up with an incredibly powerful piece of thought. But it takes so long, it's not financially viable for anyone to do, unless you're cloistered in a university perhaps. Anyway, but even then, there's so many distractions. These people did something incredible. They were truly cloistered. Not the fake cloistering, because the internet is penetrating for the modern. It's attacking us constantly. And so, anyway, I digress. It was a thinking that was absorbed in the life of thought and was also able, through other circumstances, to arrive at a pure thought technique. And for no sooner do we seek to make public any such thought activity in which the sole aim is to allow thought to follow thought in accordance with their content, then along come stupid people raising every conceivable objection and interposing their violent prejudices, rather than letting something unfold in its total way. Which happens, think about it these days. The moment you say something on Twitter that might be something slightly, you have 1 million people attacking you from some principality, whether it be Christian or other, on Twitter. That's one thing I'll say about the live streaming and lectures, is that when it's not a written article, people don't seem to do it. So I'm glad for that. There's a footnote here. It's a very long footnote. I don't know if, for instance, we speak in the scholastic sense. This footnote from Steiner's Philosophy and Anthroposophy might just go into an idea. I'm going to read it because it goes into the kind of fine thinking of scholasticism. So that's ow. What do you call it? Cramp in my leg. It's going into the fine thinking. I think this can go now. It's going into the fine thinking of scholasticism. So let's do it. We're just talking about going thought for thought very carefully. So if, for instance, we speak, this is a footnote, interjection, from a different text of Steiner. If, for instance, we speak in the scholastic sense of the relation of a concept to that which it represents, we are required in the first place to work our way through lengthy definitions in the scholastic writing. We must understand what is meant when we find it stated that the concept is grounded formally in the subject and fundamentally in the object. I mean, this speaks to having the being of things. Because without contradiction is one thing. That speaks to the truth criterion of idealism. To have a coherence, a formal coherence in the and fundamentally in the object, that would be a bit like realism. Fundamental to the object, meaning to a bit of empiricism. Does the knowledge conform to the object of matter? Namely, anyway, I'll go back to the text. Namely, that the particular form of the concept is derived from the subject and its content from the object. So derived from the underthrow, which is what subject means, and the content, the form of the concept is derived from the subject. And what does that mean? That means that the idea of the thing spoken of is coherent with what is known of the subject, logically coherent. It doesn't have contradiction, and its content, meaning it's sort of a mix of the idealism and realism. Its content is from the object. It's from, an object means thing thrown hither. Subject is underthrow. And you can see how scholasticism, there's Latin that they, Latin metaphysics is all tied up with this technicalizing. But anyway, it's still a redemption of it. So sober, very sober. And the study of, where were we? Yeah, so they're both connected. You get what I'm saying there. That is but a small, quite a small example of what we're dealing with. The study of scholastic works involves labouring through massive volumes of definitions. A most unpleasant task for the scientist of today. For this reason, he looks upon scholastics as learned pedants and condemns them downright. He is totally unaware that true scholasticism is naught but the detailed elaboration of the art of thinking, the art of logicking, in order that thought might provide a foundation for genuine comprehension of reality. But a bit of Heidegger is useful here too, though. Yes, it's genuine thinking, but you got to be careful in that, and that you got to be careful how much the definitions from Aristotle, as we always talk about, the Greek past is our future in the sense that it's projecting itself from there through its definitions, because it's in our schools, it's taught, metaphysics is taught. The way we arrange our institutions is like the Greeks, rather than it should be more Christianized. And we organize our subjects, and metaphysics and philosophy still informs everything. The definition is what actually creates the concept, but when Aristotle first does this, he's doing it for the first time. Philosophizing, he talks about, like I talked about last week, he talks about the difference between dialectic and philosophy as a word. His metaphysics, he's going through all these definitions. Those definitions that Aristotle's up to then give form to how being presents is to us now, and did afterwards, worse and worse and worse and worse. The defining at that time actually crystallizes how being is, and isn't necessarily the truth either. It's part of the death almost begins there, the end of the first beginning. The end of the beginning is Aristotle, as Heidegger puts it. But what we're after in phenomenology anyway is the dialectic, the first run through, the self-disclosure of the things by logos. That's what you're after. And then what you're really after is Christ to dissolve all of it. Which is essentially what, because I think really all of this was a preparation for Thomas. The scholastic thinking is a way out of what probably the errors of definition, that careful thinking, to purification. And he has his final ecstasies at the end of his works, where he says, all my works are nothing compared to what I now experience, which is mysticism, really. It's what he experiences at the end, which I talked about in the last lecture. But sorry, I'm digressing again. Let's just finish what we were talking about here. Well, we did finish that. But yes, you shouldn't talk rubbish about scholasticism. It's like a mathematics. It's a clear clarity of thought. So, but in a sense, the other preparation is a sort of, it's what we're reading now is another preparation to get down underneath the ideas, even these. Like, this type of thinking can only ever be a preparation to reach purification, to help you get started in the practice that ends up dissolving the rigidity of thinking. I'm often praying for that. Don't let the technicalizing of the apparent mastery of thought Lord. And that's what he does. His heart melts, his love melts everything. Melts the false certainty of the metaphysical system and the death of the West. He melts and resurrects. And so I'll continue there. You get an idea of what I thought it was worth, that footnote was worth saying, to get the exactness of what scholasticism is. And so And so we'll go back to what Steiner was talking about in his thought, is that these days, no sooner do we raise something that we get a million objections and people attacking us, because that's what was happening to Steiner at the time when he was talking about these subjects. And before I'll go back into it, I'll just quickly do a little check of how we are, if anyone's saying anything. Sweetie says, thanks Scott for the response. You're a nice guy and appreciate all the efforts. I'm glad you're enjoying the program. I think it would be good conversation. Most conversations are not nearly so profound. I liked your talk on art too. I'm glad you are enjoying the content. Let's go back to our talk. That appears to still be working. Let me just check to make sure it's all coming through. I don't want to read the book for no reason. Sorry everyone. Give me a moment. Yep, great. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So in such circumstances that Stein is talking about, the inner quiet is very soon lost, to which the thinkers of the 12th and 13th centuries were able to devote themselves. And that's what we're talking about here, friends. Finding this time to get away from the will to power of the world, to find him. Hello, Birdie. And your friend's coming too. And so in the life of their day, they were not compelled to pay such disproportionate attention to the opposite of the uneducated, to the opposition of the uneducated. There's a bit of elitism here from Steiner, but there's truth to it. These were the conditions which produced in this epoch the wonderfully flexible yet clearly outlined activity of thought which distinguishes scholasticism, and for which people such as Albertus and Thomas consciously and earnestly strove. Let us consider once again the situation which confronted them. On the one hand, they were dealing with formulated dogmas which, in the light of everyday life, appeared to be insufficiently thought out, such as the semi-Pelagianism which I have described to you. On the other hand, they felt that what they were striving to uphold had to be upheld because the authority of the church was behind it, and they sought to uphold it with the most subtle thought possible. One can imagine what is involved in lighting up with subtle thought what I have described as Augustinianism. In addition to this, we can trace in both Albertus and Thomas the effect of several influences from earlier times, though it is plain that they themselves were not fully conscious of them. They enter their thoughts, but they cannot give precise expression to them. It is very important to look closely into this inner aspect of this scholastic struggle and not to attempt to explain the stream of thought from the patristic age to the scholastics by all kinds of superficial ideas. For in the souls of the scholastics, a great deal took place unconsciously. And isn't that so important? Is that the whole of history, all these historians, even the based historians, all use and explain the events of facticity not by the depths, but just by the surface events. That's not what's motivating things. And at least with Steiner, he'll often express even why World War I happened. It makes much more sense than, oh, this person was assassinated, or economic explanations. No, it makes more sense for spiritual reasons. I'll leave for you to read him to find them, but the true motives come from the depths, friends. The true changes come from the depths. Heidegger understands this, comes from a being. Jung understands this, Steiner understands this. And a sign of a truth is that when you come to see it, a million other things slot into place and make more sense with it. That's one intuition you can have of something being more true, and that's what happens when you start looking to the depth of things. It's a harder way of thinking though. It's much easier to give simple explanations for the events of the world, political, elite theory or otherwise, but it's actually spiritual is a driving force. And so that's actually the solution too, if you want to have these true transformative things occur. Especially now, in great turmoil, as you see with COVID, that was an opportunity. COVID, when even the World War One, all the deaths that occurred in World War One, a lot of upheaval happens because there's a whole collective going through the same tragedy, and so there's a lot of opportunity to help people and to do something if you find the right time to act. And the same now with AI, with what's coming. There's a lot of opportunity to do good. There's providential purpose that people can unfold. But anyway, like he says, a great deal took place unconsciously, and you have to understand how these things work to see them moving on the surface. We can only arrive at a right understanding if we look back to the period which I described to you in the first lecture and consider that figure, which is the 6th century, which is the figure that is the 6th century. Well, there's truth in that. There are figures that are certain epochs. They're called archai. In the angelic hierarchy, they're above archangels. Anyway, the figure which in the 6th century entered half mysteriously into the spiritual life of Europe and became known under the name of Dionysus the Areopagite. Time does not suffice to enter into all the disputes as to whether there is any truth in the view that the writings which bear his name were first made in the 6th century, or whether the other view is right, which ascribes at any rate the original element in them to a much earlier time. After all, that is not important. What is important is that the philosophy of Dionysus the Areopagite was available for the thinkers of the 7th and 8th centuries, right up to the time of Thomas Aquinas, and that his writings contain in a special form, but throughout, with a Christian tinge, that which I have outlined to you as Platonism, that is Platonism this time. Platonism, that is Neoplatonism of Plotinus. The attitude of the author of the Dionysian writings to the problem of the ascent of the human soul to the vision of the divine became a matter of the greatest importance for Christian thinkers from the 6th century right up to the time of the scholastics. Dionysus is generally described as having two paths to the divine. The footnote here talks about essentially the Dionysian writings. I say go with church tradition, that Dionysus is a student of Paul. I think that's the tradition. And that the writings are repeatings of those teachings. But anyway, Dionysus is generally described as having two paths to the divine. Sorry, I'm just stretching my tongue. Lots of speaking, lots of writing. Not writing, lots of reading, lots of speaking. The first path is as follows. If a man wishes to raise himself from the external things which surround him in the world to the divine, he must seek to derive from all these external things their full perfection, their full nature. From these, he must then attempt to get back to absolute perfection, and he must be able to attach such a name to this divine absolute perfection that he gives it a content which he can both manifest its own being and at the same time by individualization and differentiation account for the individual things found in the world. That's kind of the day path. Wow, there's lots of birds saying hello. I guess they expect food is around. That's sort of the day path. Then there's the night path of the negative theology describes, the dissolution of all concepts. Thus, you may say that for Dionysus, the divine is that being to which the widest possible range of names must be applied, a being who must be described in the most superlative terms that can be derived from all that is most perfect in the created world. Find these perfections and apply them to the divinity, and then you can arrive at some idea of the divine. That is one path that Dionysus propounds. The other path is quite different. In regard to this, he says that you will never attain divinity if you attach to it as much as a single name. That's what I was getting at. Single name. For the whole soul activity which you employ in finding the perfections in created things, all which you expend on seeking the true nature of those things in order that you may combine them and apply them in their totality to the divine, all this never leads to what can be called knowledge of the divine. For this you must arrive at a state of mind in which you have freed yourself from all that you have known in created things. Yes, you must banish absolutely from your consciousness everything that you have experienced of things. You must be completely unaware of anything that the world says to you. Completely unaware of anything the world says to you. You must forget all the names which you are accustomed to give things and must. This is just a description. You can't just do it from hearing the description. You have to do concentration without effort in prayer. Or everything we talk about, the three oaths. But anyway, you must forget all the names which you are accustomed to give to things, and you must transpose yourself into a condition of soul in which you know nothing of this whole world. If your soul can reach this experience, then you are experiencing the nameless, which is such that if you attach any name to it, all knowledge of it immediately disappears. Then you have the knowledge of God, the supreme God in his absolute beauty. But even the words supreme God and absolute beauty disturb the experience. They can only apply to serve the point towards that which you must experience as the nameless, uncreated. I'm not sure I fully accept all of what Steiner's attributing to this interpretation, but anyway, how can one deal with a personality who gives not one theology, but two, one positive and one negative, one rationalistic, one mystical? Whoever can put himself into the spiritual atmosphere of the time in which Christianity was born can understand it perfectly. If, of course, one pictures the development of human evolution in the first Christian centuries in the way in which the materialistic thinkers of today do, and even the semi-postmodern spiritualistic, paganistic thinkers of today do, still is no better at. A little bit better, perhaps, especially if someone like Heidegger, of course, but how the Christians of today, certain Christians of today talk about it, then anything like the writings of Dionysus the Areopagite appear absurd and nonsensical, and by most people they are just disregarded. If, however, one can put oneself in the experience and feeling of that time, then one realizes that a man like the Areopagite was really seeking to arrive at a solution of a problem which countless other people were trying to solve, all of whom had made the discovery that whichever path they took, divinity was unknowable along that one path alone, day path and night path, as we've talked about before. For Dionysus, the divinity was a being who had to be approached by a rational path, but by the finding and giving of names. But he saw that to travel by this path only is to lose the way. It's only preparation, friends. And also to lose oneself in what might be called a universal space void of God. In that case, one would not attain to the divine. Yet this rational path must be followed, for unless it is taken, it is impossible to arrive at God at all. Therefore, in conjunction with it, another way must also be taken, namely the way that strives towards the nameless. If a man takes either path alone, he will never find the divine, but if he takes both paths, then he will find the way to the divine from that point at which the two paths meet. It is of no value to argue as to which path is the right one. Both are right, but either taken alone lead to nothing. But when the human soul finds itself at their meeting place, then both roads together lead to the desired goal. I can understand that some people today who like to indulge in philosophical disputation will dissent entirely from what is here advanced by the Areopagite. But what I have described was fully alive in the consciousness of the men who were the leading spiritual personalities in the early centuries of Christianity, and it continued to live on as a tradition in the Christian philosophical movement of the West right up to the time of Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas. It is to be found, for example, in the individual of whom I've already spoken, Scotus Erigena, who lived in the 9th century at the court of Charles the Bald. The reaction of many people to Scotus Erigena will remind you forcibly of what I told you about the gentle historian of the philosophy, Vincent Noer, and that able and respectable philosopher, Franz Brentano. How they both lost their temper and became abusive whenever they had to make any reference to Plotinus. In the same way, those who, with a wealth of discernment and brilliance of intellect, incline more or less towards rationalism, will be angry when their intelligence is confronted with this final and significant revelation of the teaching of the Areopagite, as it appeared in Scotus Erigena. In the last years of his Erigena was a Benedictine prior, but his own monks, so the legend goes, tortured him to death with pins because he introduced Platonism in the 9th century. I do not say the legend is literally true, but there is a great deal of truth behind it. I think, friends, after describing those two paths we might. I think we've got halfway through the lecture there. I think, yeah. I think we might go and make our walk back so we can get on the ferry before we finish the stream, because we've only got about an hour and a half left. I mean, we might go a bit longer if we'll get to it, but ZDMC says, need to drop for sleep. Sorry for keeping you awake, friend. Thanks for sharing your walk, insights and readings. May God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Everyone, I'm not sure how long we've been going. I think we've been going for about an hour, right? Not sure when we got here. Well, I'm pretty sure it was about 2:30. And so I think, being 3:30, the sun is going to come down, so we're going to leave it in the reading there today. And maybe we'll have to try this other segment when we get to a place a bit earlier. But of course, we've got about an hour and a half to go. We're going to make our walk back now. And we'll pick up the second half of this second lecture at this great point about the two paths presented by the Areopagite next week. And there's only, we'll probably be on this for the next 6 weeks or 5 weeks, I think. And then we'll be finished. But more or less it's finished. We're about halfway through the whole, because there are only 3 lectures, but there's a lot of footnotes. It's a really good book, a really good, important book to see what influenced things by Steiner. All right. What a journey, what a journey. Let's go. Oh, that hurt. There we are. So you get a sense from that reading, just the kind of depth. We rush through these thinkers, we generate some derivative opinion of them based upon some internet daddy, and the kind of thought that's required and depth of thinking required to actually develop something or do something that the scholastics did is incredible. And we just casually start reading these things. Even the Bible is casually read when really the contemplative practice that's needed to get to the depth of things is so important to achieve the right soul mood through concentration without effort. And you are able to achieve that by doing this practice over a long period of time. You're really trying to get into the state or stage of having a bit of caffeine. What John was, the evangelist, when he's writing Revelation, you only really understand the key to Revelation is getting through Christ, getting to the state of silence, hesychism, and emptiness in which revelation could occur. That's how you actually understand what's going on there. Of course, through the help of the tradition as well. And people who can do that, that's the point of the church. But let's get you guys up here. But yeah, I mean, when I first read the Bible, I of course didn't even know how. But it's so much depth, and a few people in the Greenwood Fellowship have even talked about that, is that the Bible and the things said in it through these depth practices now the knowledge from them feels embodied, deeper, valuative depth for them. Because they're not just propositions, the thing that's with the Bible, there's a whole spiritual power, valuative depth to them because they're revelation. Because the gnosis which accompanies which mysticism, it is the depth of truth is not more propositions. The mystic doesn't stop when we know something is true or not. What the Lord shares with us is why it's true in its depth of valuative power. So it's not just about more propositions explaining he doesn't send you more explanations necessarily, but why it's true in its felt depth, in its power, valuative power. I can't really explain it more than that, but other than you reading a certain part of the Bible and say the Ten Commandments, and they contain a whole life in them. They contain divine power in them. They're not just a proposition. And through the process, by becoming whole yourself and reconnected to Him and the essence of being, the things that are of essence show themselves to you in His light. And so, yeah, everything changes really. Everything changes in the sense that even a church ceremony, I mean, I'm not so much watching as in going to the depths and praying, and as will be tomorrow in the liturgy, I'm praying the whole time. My eyes are actually closed most of the time, apart from the respect of bowing at the right times when blessings are given to us. Otherwise, Jesus' prayer, the Lord's Prayer. Now, what's the best way to get back? Hopefully it'll be quicker for us to walk back now, friends. And if there's time, we'll jump on the ferry and give you a beautiful look at the Hawkesbury River, just depending on when we get back. We've got an hour and a half left now. We might go a bit longer. If there's a ferry right there, we'll jump on. Might as well. But let's just, it's beautiful sun. Coming. Let's get the old navigation and make our way back. Okay. Get me back, please. Hour. Oh wait, well maybe we can take a bus, hang on. I'd rather get a bus, actually. Yes, please. Oh, soon. Oh, we'd have to wait, but it will get us there a lot quicker. We can do that. Where does it leave from? Let's do that. I am going to do that. Yes. All right, we're going to take the bus. And we'll get there way sooner. And we'll be able to get this ferry. So we can continue reading our book. Or I might go find a bathroom if I can. Because this bus is going to be here in 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, 20 minutes actually. So we'll continue our Steiner reading for longer while we wait for the bus. I think this bus stop's just over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. We'll do that. All right, I'm going to find somewhere to go to the bathroom. So the signal's just going to go. The signal's going to cut off for a moment, friends. But we have a great system where it goes into interrupted signal, so we'll be sweet. All right. Here we go. Actually, we got maybe we have 20 minutes. We can either keep reading Steiner or we go walk down to the side of the river. We'll probably keep reading Steiner. Up in the air so much. There we go. Right, friends, we should be back now. We're going to sit at the bus stop and read some more Steiner until the bus arrives. That'll get us back to Ephorian time. Right. I'm gonna mount you back here. Well, there is one thing I want to check first too. Is that colour problem keeps coming back. Yeah. Okay. Pretty sure this is the bus stop. Or maybe it's not. Is it? No, it is. It's got to be. Is it? Yeah, it is. Unless it stops just here. No, I reckon it pulls in. All right. Let's continue our reading. Okay. And wait for the bus. But first I'm going to try and see if I can fix this issue. So bear with me while we do. Wow, this bus stop's seen better days. Alright. What do we got here? Okay. Fall over, is it? All right. Just unplug that, see if that makes a difference. All right, continuing our Steiner reading for the next 15 minutes while we wait for the bus, friends. Hear those kookaburras? Yes. Hear that? Definitely an interesting bird. All right. Just give me a moment, everyone. If it's not too boring. All right, let's continue our reading. Okay. So because he introduced Platonism in the 9th century, this is Scotus Origina. That's where we left off. I did not say the legend is literally true, and the legend of is that he was tortured to death by his followers. Now, the ideas of Scotus Origina survived him, and in doing so, carried on the teaching of the Areopagite, which is the two paths we were talking about. The writings of Scotus Origina more or less disappeared until later days when they were recovered. In the 12th century, he was declared a heretic, though that did not mean as much then as it did later, or as it does today. In spite of this, Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas were both deeply influenced by the ideas of Scotus Origina. Steiner believes this anyway. This is one of the influences from earlier times which we must recognize when we consider the essential teaching of Thomism. There is a citation here from Thomas Whitaker which talks about and backs up that point. Whether you agree with that or not, well, that's probably up for speculation. But he's apparently considered to be regarded as a belated Neoplatonist and the first of the scholastics. He was deeply influenced by the forms of Neoplatonic thought transmitted through Dionysus. Well, I wouldn't even say Platonic thought is Dionysus. No. So I don't. Anyway, that's just a citation here. I don't think Steiner included that citation necessarily. That could have been by the writers of this book. I'm not sure that's Steiner interjecting that, but he believes because that's saying that the Areopagite was. No, I don't think that's true that he was. No. But they very well probably were heavily influenced by Scotus Origina and through the Areopagite, or his articulation of the Areopagite. Anyway, this is one of the influences from earlier times which we must recognize when we consider the essential teaching of Thomism. Steiner believes. There is also another influence to consider in Platonism, which I've tried to describe to you in regard to its cosmology, which you have to go back to a few live streams earlier where we articulated about the first lecture. But when we talked about the soul filling into several cups, and that's where ideas come from as a collective rather than like they experience for us, how ideas emerge from us or in our unconscious as a singular. For them and how they experienced it, they were in the things, and Plotinus was a hangover of that period, so still experienced it, where collectively ideas, he thought they came from the soul, heaven. Like he's below the water, under the ocean, looking up, and the edge of the ocean is the edge of where the ideas are, and above that is the one, and that soul fills into the individual cups that were them. They were very much collective, and so Augustine can't experience that experience in an original way like Plotinus did, and that actually causes a lot of the conflict in his being. So Steiner believes here. And so in Platonism, that cosmology that I'm describing there is what Steiner articulates in the first lecture, and this is a very important presentation of the nature of the human organism, which is derived from a material, supermaterial point of view. One acquires respect for these views and one rediscovers them for oneself out of the basic facts of what he calls spiritual science. Let's just call it Christian knowing, divine knowing, because you can't really honestly make a science out of the spirit. But anyway, I'm reading Steiner. I guess I can use his term. I just don't like it. You can't make a science out of the spirit. But anyway, it must be admitted that if anyone without preparation reads anything like Platonism, or what has come down to us of it, it appears somewhat chaotic and intricate. But if one discovers the corresponding truths oneself, then the views in question take on a quite different appearance, in spite of the fact that the form in which they were expressed in those days was quite different from what it would be today. And isn't that just what we are talking about? That we have to do, and what he's talking about there is mystic experience and gnosis, is that you can't understand these philosophers. You can't really understand. You can understand Aristotle, but you can't understand them unless you actually do the death practices. I mean, Steiner believes that a philosopher is from Aristotle, that definition, but the true philosopher in the traditional sense is a mystic as well. That's what a true philosopher is. And that's what Tom Berg takes over from Steiner and agrees with that definition. So Plato becomes that at the end. which the seventh letter articulates his mystic experience. That's at the end of all his work, kind of like Thomas Aquinas, in a way, but of course it's not the same. So, like Steiner says, but if one discovers the corresponding truths oneself, and you have to, you can't just read them, and then everyone online talking about philosophy, this is just a jugglery, metaphysical jugglery. You have to get to the essence of things yourself and put the time in to do that. And the only true essence of things that you'll discover in doing that, if you just seek truth, not doing Eastern practices, but if you just seek truth, you'll find him. That's what Seraphim Rose did as well, through philosophy. He was a Nietzschean and discovered the truth through philosophy into the authentic experience of the church. And so, in spite of the fact that the form in which they were expressed in those days was quite different, and it's almost impossible to understand unless you actually do the death practices from what it would be today. Plotinus is dealing with the problem of the relation of the physical and spiritual psychic characteristics of human nature. He considers it from two aspects. First of all, from the point of view of the creative working of the soul upon the body. I will try to express Plotinus's argument in modern terms. If he would have said, you consider a child growing up in the world, you will notice how its body gradually matures. Now that body is the direct product of the spiritual psychic element in the child. For Plotinus, everything which appears in the form of matter, especially in man, is, if I may use the expression, a sweating out or a crustation of the spiritual psychic. In other words, we are concerned in the first place with the spiritual psychic activity out of which the bodily form is created or fashions or crystallized or scabs out. From this point of view, the physical human organism is the product of the spiritual psychic. The other aspect arises when a human being has reached a certain stage of physical growth and the spiritual psychic forces cease to work formatively upon the body. When a certain stage of maturity has been reached by some part of the living organism, let us say, for example, that part on which those forces of the soul have worked, which at a later stage appear as the forces of memory, then these soul forces which hitherto have worked upon the body make their appearance in a spiritual psychic metamorphosis. In other words, that part of the spiritual psychic element which is in the first place functioned in a material way, now when its material work is finished, liberates itself from its relation to the material and appears in an independent psychic entity with the material, the body. These are the two aspects of the relationship between the spiritual psychic and the physical which Plotinus presents to us. It is extremely difficult to convey these ideas with our modern concepts, but I will try to explain it in this way. You all know how a human being, when its powers of memory have developed, is able to remember in a way that was impossible to him as a little child. Where have his powers of memory come from? In his earliest years, they were at work in his physical organism, actually forming it. That's how. Or that's where. In his earliest years, they were at work in his physical organism, actually forming it. When that work was complete, they were liberated as pure spiritual psychic forces. They continue to function in the body, but now in a spiritual psychic way, as memory. They have become what Plotinus would call a soul mirror. And finally, with this soul mirror, there dwells the real kernel of the human being, the ego. These two aspects of the life of the soul are worked out by Plotinus with a wealth of description and in vivid concepts. In the first place, that of the active, formative working of the soul, and then that of the soul as surviving its activity and becoming, so to speak, passive in regard to the outer world, so that, as it does in the memory, it receives and retains within itself the impression of the outer world. This twofold work of the soul was derived from the feeling and world outlook of an older level of humanity. It came to its final expression in Platonism and has from him passed to Augustine. So it's all of the Greek being. It's the end of the Greek first beginning, really. Passed to Augustine then and his followers as a kind of hangover. Rationalized and expressed in more physical concepts, we find this same view of human nature in the philosophy of Aristotle. Crystallized. When he talks about the virtues, I suppose you could say. 600 years before Plotinus, Aristotle in his turn got the view from Plato and from the earlier sources on which Plato depended. When we read Aristotle, we can see that he is striving to express in abstract concepts what he found in the old philosophies. He's abstracting it, defining it, almost, in a sense, killing it. But he doesn't experience it himself. He doesn't even have the memory of it. He's dealing with the abstraction of it. So, thus, in the Aristotelian system, what continued to flourish right up to the days of Albertus and Thomas, and which expressed in a rationalized form by Plotinus, expressed in an intuitive way. So Plotinus after actually expresses it in an intuitive way, has an actual gnosis experience of it, which expressed in a rationalized form. Sorry, hang on. So, what continued to flourish right up to the days of Albertus and Thomas, and which expressed in a rational form what Plotinus expressed in an intuitive way. So Plotinus actually has an experience of it. That's why it's Neo-Platonism. We see, as it were, a rationalized mysticism, a rationalized description of the spiritual secrets of the human being. A crystallized version of it. Rationalized, not fresh. Yeah, they're not talking about something they're originally experiencing themselves. Now, Albertus and Thomas were conscious of the fact that Aristotle had reduced to abstract concepts something which others before him had received in direct intuitive perception. And for this reason, they do not stand in at all the same relation to Aristotle as do the present-day philosophers and philologists. These latter have developed strange controversies over two conceptions which are found in Aristotle, owing to the fact that the writings of Aristotle have not come down to us complete. We find both these conceptions in them without any statement as to how they are related to one another, a fact which gives room for great difference of opinion between many learned disputants. Two ideas are to be found in Aristotle side by side. In the first place, he sees in the human nature something which brings into unity is our bus. Thanks, mate. Does this stop at Brooklyn?
Yes.
Yes, sweet. All right. Here we go, friends. Get a look over the bridge. Get a look over the bridge. They can't really see it very well. There we go. That's where we essentially came from today. so much of what Steiner is talking about there. Wow, that's a bus stop, is it? So much of what he's talking about there is what we've been talking about on the walk. That you can't understand the truth of old philosophers unless you look to the depths of being yourself. Then some of the things they're talking about in their way that is unique to them and their time will become clear to you, and that's so true even of the saints. And what they talk about is that it's through the death practices that you are revealed, it's revealed to you. And you'll just say to yourself many times, oh, that's what they mean. That's what they mean. And you just have so much is said about things really just juggling propositions. Just juggling propositions. I don't know how well you can hear me really with the noise of the bus, but juggling propositions. And you can get reasonably far with abstraction like that. Reasonably far by seeing where the contradictions are and ferreting out the contradictions and trying to have a coherent system. But just because something is coherent doesn't mean it's true. You need to add to that the certainty that comes from the essence of things, the certainty that comes from mysticism and the Lord. Because, of course, as we know, there are plenty of coherent, consistent, without contradiction ideologies, and plenty of them that aren't true and dangerous. Oh wow, you can see some stuff here. With any luck, right as we arrive, there'll be a ferry soon that we can jump on and bring a really nice end to the stream. That'd be perfect. Hope this is coming through friends. Through friends. Pretty good camera now. It looks good at low light. Looks good. The only trouble is that color issue keeps getting in the way. We'll fix it though, or we'll get a new one. are where we began, back where we began. Thanks, man. Boom. All right, I think the ferry is somewhere here that it leaves from. I don't know where. Maybe we make it, maybe we don't. But it seems there are people walking up here, so maybe we will. And this will be a really great end to our stream today. 4 hours in, I'm hoping the ferry's here. And that'll be a good way to end a beautiful day. But what a reading, that was a good reading. I think we got about an hour into it. But yeah, I think this is the ferry. I think we're gonna make it, friends. Maybe. Maybe. Not sure what it's waiting for. Let's check the charts, everyone. I don't know what's going on, but we'll wait here. What a day it's been! What a day it's been! Hopefully we can catch this, and that'll be a good finish to it. But basically, this is where we began, and this is where the train runs through. Oh, there's a car coming. But so much of what we were reading about there from Steiner speaks about what we started the day with, and how we have to disclose and discover an essential thinking, and a thinking that is deeply contemplative to actually understand what the hell people were talking about, or what the Bible means, and what the philosophy of the depths means and is about. And too much is spoken of these days that are of philosophy, of theology, systematization. And that's so much about what the reading was of today. And also what we're always speaking about when we're speaking about Christ. Looks like we're boarding here. I might just find out what's going on. Hey man, how long does this take to do the...
There's no more loops, mate. Pretty much, it's just straight to Danga and straight back.
Oh, that's fine. How long does that take? 30 minutes? Yeah, well, let's do that. Good. How much is it?
$21.80.
$21.80. Can I just give you cash?
Just come on in.
Okay.
You just tap, it's just a...
Oh, great. Perfect. Thanks, friend. All right, where do we sit? Back or front? I think just here. Perfect. Or we could have kept walking.
It's a real issue.
Actually, you know what? I think we won't.
Fantastic.
I might just jump off, actually.
What's that?
I might just jump off. All good.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
No worries.
It wouldn't have been that good. It wouldn't have been that good. We're going to be trapped in that little space the whole time. Let's go walk back to our original spot. And then we might, if you want to send any links or videos, because we've only got half an hour left anyway, but it's just a zone that I can't really talk to you at the same time, which is not so good. It's just a boat ride. You can go on your own boat ride, I suppose. We'll go, as we have on a bigger thing later on. There's actually this river postman's quite good, but you're trapped on that equally for a large amount of time. But the Sydney ferries are much better, in that they are larger. You can go to a top. There's no roof there. It's just going to putter along to the island, and there's no sun out either. Let's go back to our original spot where we started our adventure and our walk today. And if there's any videos you want me to comment on, we'll do that, because I need to test that before we finish up today. I need to test that, how it looks on camera, and if it's comparable to how you would do it at home if you were viewing, reacting to videos or reacting to things. And I've got a mirror as well. So, I mean, I guess that's similar to having a camera on in the corner of the stream when people have their Twitter articles up or whatever. So I want to see how that looks. Oh, what a day, what a day. I really think that there is something in this, there's something in going to these locations at the same time. Heidegger even talked about it too, is the walking and thinking, walking and talking. Because you can appreciate more the places that you go if you're trying to penetrate them, and trying to not only penetrate them, but just to penetrate to the essence of things collaboratively. You can appreciate every place you go more, and that's the truth of what the Lord brings. Is every place you go. As we talked about, if you look further back in the stream today, we went to that little church, and it was very meaningful for me to even just talk about while we were there, is that sometimes the intimate parish is better. Sometimes the small divine liturgy is better. Because the Lord resurrects for eternity, whereas these events of the Wilsemacht, will to power, and the big people, as would have been described by Tolkien, as that goes upon its way and its apparent mightiness and mightiness rather, it's apparent, because it is apparent, it's not essential, it's illusory. That little prayer said in agapic love, the little event and action done in agapic love will live for eternity. Will live for eternity. That's the truth of it. And these walking and talking and getting the depths of things. I mean, you might consider that, oh, wouldn't it be so much better to... I mean, I used to think like this too. Oh, I'd like to go... I remember being in America and being in England and thinking, gosh, going places alone is kind of... well, because you're not talking to anyone, you're just going to tourist locations, whatever. It might lead one to think that life is best enjoyed in company, right? But actually, actually, if you wait long enough and go to the essence of things, the truth is, often, not always, but it's better, as long as you're still talking to people, but it's better with the Lord. Everything is. And you'll find yourself more and more wanting to actually go on a... the sun gets lower, it looks nice, doesn't it? Go on these meaningful trips into wherever it is, the country, into the wilderness, whatever, with God. I'd have to contemplate it, but the sound of birds through other people, His word becomes revealed. He reveals His action in reality to His disciples. And wow, is that incredible to see, but then to confirm it through epistemic principle, to know it's true as well, not just, I think that bird is him. No. It's still, I mean, it takes a long time to be able to have the discernment, but yeah, He certainly speaks through His creatures. Just that quiet there. Nothing after the banging of the train of modern technology, the banging of the industrial age passes into the tunnel over there. It returns to peace and quiet. But a peace can be agony if the Lord's not with you. It can be boredom. You have to actually, there's a truth to saying that you have to actually go through a kind of primordial boredom. You have to reject the temptation of needing to stimulus in the depth practices. So do we go over here and test this, or, no, it looks like there's some tourists over there. I think we'll just sit here, right? Where we began. See if we can get this angle. Oh, and the rain's just starting up right as we got here. Perfect, it worked. Oh wow, look at that. This is painted like wood and it's metal. How interesting. How fake, how modern. How interesting, how fake, how modern. What a day, what a day. As the sun moves towards setting. I hope you've enjoyed our stream today, friends. Which way shall we do this? Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna face this way. to our view. And I'm going to get my computer set up and try this out. So if you have anything you want me to look at and comment on, feel free to post it in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to look for some links that I previously grabbed, or just something that I wanted to test. Yeah. Otherwise, enjoy the sound of the rain while I set this stuff up. Okay. Okay. Might as well have a look. Oops. Is it all working? It's quite nice over here too. Alright. Alright, I'm testing some stuff, friends. So, oh wait, is it only 4:30? Yeah, if we oh no, I think we did start closer to 11, but I want to get to 5. I'll probably test this, bring up a video, and test this, bring up a video, and then bring it to a close after that. Or read some more of Steiner book till we get to 5 p.m. and then we'll go. I did say 5-hour stream. I want to skimp. Just want to test this mirror. That looks pretty good. Question is, how's that going to look from here? I think this has to get lower actually. Yeah, I did discover that last time. Do we still have the... Yeah, sorry everyone, I know it's probably a bit boring, but I do need to figure this out. And how we figure that out is unscrewing this. Unless it's taped on. I don't know. Yep. There we go. All right. Now, how does this look? That should be the computer there. And maybe you can see me in the mirror as well. And we can have a look at some videos. Sorry, I have to look. I have to look at what this looks like on screen. So I know this probably looks a bit boring, but That's pretty cool. On future streams, this will all just be set up and good to go, I promise. But for now, we need to see what it looks like. All right. It seems more sloped away there. Can you see me in the mirror? Yeah. There we are. Innovations, everyone. I'm innovating streaming live right now. There you go. You've got a bit of a view of me. That's not bad. That's not bad. We can watch videos here and comment on them and react to them, and you got a bit of a background. That's not bad. And so let's have a look at... cool, you can see me. I'm going to... what is it? I'm not sure which... I'll just go to YouTube. I'm not going to see chats, everyone, but we're going to test. Here's my subscriptions showing here. I'm just trying to find... There's a particular Catholic chap that recently followed me, and I had some interesting videos. One on the transfiguration. We're just testing a reaction. We're just testing a reaction segment, everyone. So I'm sorry if it's a bit boring, but we're on location here. Decent background, sun setting. It's perfect to see if this is actually going to work. But I can't find the channel, unfortunately. You can get a sense of the kind of people. Well, honestly, I mean, I don't really watch much content, but I'm often unsubscribing from people. Now, here he is, interesting fellow. Now, let's turn these speakers on and just have it come through the mic. There's the mic. Put that there. You can still hear me. And I thought some very interesting points were made here in this video. So let's watch.
Is the Feast of the Transfiguration, this great event which happens towards the third year of the public life of our Lord. And it is mentioned in three Gospels. It's mentioned in Matthew 17:1-8, Mark 9:2-8, and Luke 9:28-36, which describe this moment when James and John, the sons of Zebedee, and Peter go up the Mount Tabor and see Christ transfigured. I was going to read you what Maria Valtorta mentions about the transfiguration, and then I saw that Catholic Reconquista on their channel, he's read out the whole of the piece of Maria Valtorta, so I'll put a link to his video there so I don't have to do it again. The three Gospels, it's a very clear event, and you have that beautiful moment when this my beloved son, listen to him whom I'm well pleased.
Listen to him.
And I'm going to kind of throw something at some of you when you're reading these three Gospels today. So it's a good day to get out your study Bible. Take Matthew, Mark, and Luke and read the three individual Gospels. Read the study notes today.
And I will just say, this is my beloved son, in who I am well pleased. When these things are rendered in English, there's again, when you have experience of mystic depths and contemplation, there's a power. Those are just a propositional rendering of, well, no, I mean, if you get into the mood, if you look to the depths of things and then read this stuff, you will receive, if you spend enough time contemplating it, a sense of the word that's with it. It's primordial word. You know how before we said the law is an expression of the voice that whispers. The voice of whispers is an expression of the word. And it also we talked about Heidegger as that language is the house of being. Well, I mean, the primordial word is deeper than joy, deeper than wisdom. It's the deepest, or close to the deepest. I suppose in heaven you can say, although I don't want to start metaphysically or theologically placing. But the point is that the primordial word that Christ speaks anything, and then the word that speaks from God here, carries a valuative power that has a push and transformativeness for every level of the depth of the psyche of the human being who are there to experience that wording. It's not just heard, it's every essential, both the object and the subject, of the depths of the human being, all the way to where he meets the eternal, is touched by this Christ's word and the word, and also God speaking. It's not just a voice in the sky. Anyway,
Good day to study this, and then I'm going to throw something at you that might different way of seeing the transfiguration. Who was transfigured on Mount Tabor spiritually? Was it Christ, or was it the apostles? So we're looking at the visual transfiguration, the appearance of Moses and Elijah, preparing this moment when Christ's glory is revealed. But who really was transfigured? It was the apostles. Christ is Christ. His glory is he is who he is. He suddenly didn't become something different that day. But it's like Christ let the veil open, a bit like what you see in Knock, and those present see the beauty of who Christ is in a different way. And it's the apostles who are transfigured. I know it's kind of seems counterintuitive. It seems a bit strange that I'm giving you this way, but this is a kind of what Christ is trying to do in the spiritual life. Sometimes Christ reveals himself in a special way, or the veil is pulled apart and we see Christ in a different light. If you think of,
and that speaks to what we were talking about earlier today, about the two different sites united in the healing and the miracles. Also, when the apostles are struck to the ground before Christ says, be not afraid. I can't remember exactly what he says, but remember we talked about the reason why there's a hierarchy, that when you're struck by these things, it's a deep dislodging of the equilibrium of the whole human being, for the whole word to show himself in his glory to you. It's something that you do slowly, little by little, over time. And I can tell you, I've been struck by ecstasy, out of bodiness, suddenly. And there's a difference between that and a slow development. Until we were talking about the overshadowing of the soul that the saints speak of. I've also experienced that, of the celestial gravity, you could call it. Again, these are just phenomenological descriptions, but the point is, just reflecting earlier things we've talked about today, and there's a reason why there's a hierarchy, because these things are deeply in the deepest part of your being that you have no familiarity with to be struck by them. So there's a reason why it's a slow build up to it.
Knock, it is kind of akin to the transfiguration in the sense that this Christ who we believe in, who is the center of our faith, he reveals himself there transfigured. A lamb on an altar with a cross, with St. John who was present at the Transfiguration. St. John the Evangelist, who doesn't write about the Transfiguration because the other three had it in their Gospels, but we also have Blessed Mother and St. Joseph. And so Christ is trying to transfigure our spiritual life. He's trying to allow us to see what those three disciples saw. And so sometimes...
Yes, he wants you to get to the development through withdrawal, through concentration without it, through the praying unceasingly, through establishing the praying unceasingly, through the Jesus prayer, through all the whole life, through hopefully your hour of practice every morning and your withdrawal. That's all preparation to be able to get to the level where you can safely experience that. He wants you to get there. Not just be the multitude who experience once a week a refreshment so you can go back and worship the gods of existence, not he who is. Oops. Sorry, these turned on again.
This, it requires a process. You have to move in your spiritual life. You have to move up.
Yes.
If you'd have stayed at the bottom of the mountain, when our Lord says, "Look, I'm going up here. James, John, Peter, are you coming up with me?" And Peter says, "I'm a bit tired."
Or, in a sense, into the tabernacle and to the mountain at the same time is what. And going into the tabernacle, what is that? Hesychism.
"Tired, Lord, send Andrew up there." Of course he didn't. He obeyed. But sometimes our Lord says to us, "Will you come up the mountain?" And we just say, "Mountain? Sure. What are you going to show me up there that you can't show me down here?" Sometimes we are that stupid in our spiritual lives that we do not want to follow Christ where he wants to lead us. Christ could have transfigured himself anywhere, but he chose a mountain. He brought 3 disciples. He appeared with Moses and Elijah. He asked them not to speak about it until after certain events had taken place. And they obviously recorded this. We have this recorded in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And I suppose there's a teaching lesson in there. As I said, sacred scripture is there to feed us. The same food, spiritual food, as Christ is trying to feed us with his body in the Eucharist. We don't live from bread alone, but from every word. It's important that we understand this, and it's important that daily we nourish ourselves with sacred scripture. And today is an important day in the calendar year, in the year of the sacred year.
And speaking of these days of the liturgical calendar, as you come into closer union with him, as you experience these certain days and make certain prayers and requests of help in journey to the depths towards him in the tabernacle and to the top of the mountain at the same time, as our contemplative practices are in a sense, you're brought into his cycle of summer, winter, autumn, and I hope you can hear this, summer, winter, and autumn and spring aspects, meaning the Transfiguration is part of that. The liturgical calendar is him. It's a remembrance. Cosmically, he's going through this all year. And that is reflected in, you will find certain things happen at certain times based on what time it is. So say you're doing the practices I'm talking about and there's a few people who are making progress in the fellowship. Keep an eye on the calendar and when it is, when certain spiritual events happen to you. Because you'll see, as I noticed, and this video actually appeared for me, when I had had some spiritual experience, which I won't go into the depths of, but certainly it was to do with mourning, a holy mourning as in sorrow and joy. and as I talk about often, the contraction and expansion. And I didn't realize what day it was until this video popped up and I checked the calendar and did the reading. And of course, it's the gift of tears was prominent, and other spiritual phenomenology, which I've often talked about. But anyway, point is,
different feasts, the different days that we remember.
The calendar isn't just it's tradition. Hey, let's just do it because it's traditional. No, it's his actual aspects that occur every year cosmically in the spirit.
And what Christ is
Christ is cosmically available. He's not just this historical figure. He's both truly human but available now around you. You just have to get to the essence of things.
What to do to us today is to transform us, to transfigure us, so that we can see him in the true light. And so I would encourage people to meditate on the three Gospels today. Read the notes. I'm really finding this Bible very interesting. The only drawback, it is very heavy. Bible. I don't know if you could bring it around.
That's fine. Easy, you can read that one too.
I really like it. I got the leather bound. It's an absolutely beautiful study Bible. Really, I was reading. I read all of the notes for the various Gospels today just to see.
That was. Does he have anything else?
They have a whole index of the various parts. Again, I just find after reading Maria Valtorta, it's very hard for me to go back and read and see the chosen. But as I said, I heavily promote Maria Valtorta in the sense that it will drive a lot of. It will really propel
Did
you.
he say
I heavily promote Maria and see the chosen Buddha. As I said,
the chosen Buddha. What?
Of course, it has some errors. Look, if you enjoyed the chosen, keep watching it. Again,
the chosen series. Great point, actually. This is an interesting one, friends. I've said this before. There's a problem with Renaissance art that appears, even Raphael, all these, amazing, the Sistine Chapel, all this stuff, classicalism. The Greeks did something with statues that's of the surface senses, and Steiner well articulates this. There's a difference between Orthodox icons and how iconography gets kind of corrupted by the forms of the senses. If you make a movie about Christ, it's not symbolic. You're putting a sensory, factical experience of the surface, modernity, in a captured image that's going to haunt people and put it in the way. That includes Mel Gibson. I don't care how profound you think the movie is. You're forever going to see this human. Of course, Christ is, but he's the perfect human. In the way of. When you're trying to get to the essence of things, these images will push in. You have to spend all this time dissolving them. Some image of the chosen that has him breaking the bread, and there's just weird makeup, and it's of the surface senses. That's why the symbolic is appropriate. That's why the written is appropriate, but not a movie. A movie is of the surface sense world. The symbols of the icons help you get towards the depths. They're helping. They're not of the senses. They are not expressionistic. We talked about this earlier today, but they're symbolic. They're iconographic. They're not trying to be of the sense world. They're trying to symbolically. They're of divine forms. Sacred art is supposed to be inspired by the mystic depths. True art is supposed to be that. And your Mel Gibson, your resurrection movies are also going to be idolatrous. And I'm big on icons and actual sacred art, but not on a movie which just shows a human how he is to the surface senses. No, don't do it. And so, I don't know, people get things out of watching this series. I just hope that you're not imagining when you're trying to contemplate things, it's not getting in the way. You're going to have to spend a lot of time dissolving how these things are to actually get to the essence of things. It gets in the way. And the image is a more dangerous thing than you recognize. And it forces a paradigm, can force a paradigm, and leaks in. You know when people say can't unsee this? There's truth in that. Anyway. So I'm not sure what Robert Nugent thinks, but he probably somewhat the same way. Oh wait, it's going back to these earphones again.
Thought in the sense that it will drive a lot of it will really propel you. It'll get your mind working a little bit because you'll be asking yourself, could this have happened? Is this possible? And
well, the Gospels already do that.
You'll start on this questioning of sacred scripture a lot more.
And even just I
Especially
think he might be
all
talking
of what
about.
Christ
He's not talking about the
mentions in the
chosen
Old
now. He's talking
Testament,
about the
Christ
particular
mentions
author
so
he's
many
talking about.
passages in the Old Testament, and these would have been stories that they
Would have been, not Buddha.
topics
Okay,
of
I thought you said
conversation
Buddha
that would have
earlier.
arisen
All good.
2,000 years ago. So who knows? But again, we read it in the framework that the church allows us to read it. Anyway, happy feast of the Transfiguration.
Okay. Well, that was interesting, friends. Thank you, Robert. His channel is called De Creevy, Destined to be Catholic. Interesting fellow. Where are we? We're not 5 o'clock yet, but I believe we started around then. Do I want to watch another one of these videos and comment on it? No, I think let's bring the stream to a close now. We've gone our 5 hours, I believe, and that was a great little test. Let's just check on the duration here. Just want to make sure. His channel is called De Creevy. Okay. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, hang on. Yes, we have. We've gone 5 hours. All right, everyone. Well, friends, here we are at the end of our day. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you found it interesting. I hope you liked the reading. I hope you liked that first test of the segment. I hope you liked what we talked about. I hope you find it helpful. We've been through rain. We've been through cars almost hitting us on the highway, almost getting to a mental asylum, avoiding taking the taxi, which is arriving back now. I'm so glad we didn't take it. There it is over there. But friends, what a pleasure it's been. I'll see you next week. I don't think there'll be election next week. We're working hard on the next one, which is going to be the 3 kingdoms. The kingdom of nature, the kingdom of man, the middle realm, and the kingdom of heaven. And explaining the ground of that, explaining the essence of evolution and the worldly, and how that, the history of the kingdom intervening in that, and the difference between those two things, the grinding of the serpent, of evolution, of experiment. Yeah. That's what we're working on. It should be done at the end of next week, and we can do another 3 lectures after that. It might take another 2 weeks to finish. But we'll be doing another, either way, we'll be doing another live stream every week. But the lectures, we might have a slight hiatus as I finish off the preparations for it. All right, friends, I'm going to say goodbye. Feel free to drop a chat. Look, I'm just going to switch it off. It's been a great day. I guess I could quickly bring up the chat if someone wants to say goodbye or whatnot, but we're finishing it off now. It looks like that's it. All right, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for your chats. Thanks for your comments. I'll see you next week on Saturday for another live stream. Another unknown friend. Goodbye.